And welcome to the 2026 Spring Fling Tournament of Roses, hosted by Indes, Ferox, Gladio, IFG, here at Rose City Futsal West. As you can see, we've already got some spectators lined up, ready to watch the action today. We're going to have some high-speed, high-octane sword fighting action here in Rose City Futsal West. Obviously, if you're in Portland and would like to come, we've got plenty of room for you. You can come watch in person, see the sparks fly. Right now we are having a rules briefing with Joe Calistro, giving the fighters the rundown for the Longsword rule set, which will be starting shortly, I believe at 9 o'clock. So we're getting ready here. We've got all of our fighters all learning about how not to hurt each other and the facilities. And all right, fantastic. As the day progresses, we're going to see the pools, which is where all of the fighters will get a chance to fight a bunch of different fighters. Depending on their score, they'll be eliminated, and we'll move on to the elimination round, which is a single elimination bracket where everyone will be slotted in. They'll get one chance to fight. We'll go over the rules for both of those, and then later on we'll see the finals where the best of the best come and we see who gets the medals. We've got a lot of great prizes today donated by some of our fantastic sponsors that we've got hanging out here in the facility today. And we're looking forward to a day of good action. Excited. Stay tuned for just a little bit. We'll be starting at 9. Hope to see you all there. right, so while the fencers are getting a rundown of the rules for the Longsword tournament today, figured we should talk to the audience a little bit about the rules. So, for Longsword, this is the same rule set that we've actually done for the last couple of years, just with a change of verbiage. So, whereas last year we had the wound system, where any fencer taking a hit received wounds. Today, everybody's starting out with HP, like a video game character. Very easy to understand. Now, yeah, just a little bit. For the layman, we understand, of course. Yeah. I don't know what even precocious means. All right, looks like we're getting started. So we'll just give a quick recap. So for Longsword, every fighter starts with 9 HP. They lose HP as they get hit. You lose 1 HP for any shallow hit. So that's anything to the arms, legs, feet, hands. Obviously, fighters don't want to be hitting the feet because then they will hit the floor, and Rose City Futsal will be mad at us because they have a very expensive floor. For deep hits, that's anything to the head and the torso, you lose 2 HP, so they are twice as valuable. Any pommel hits or afterblows also count as 1 HP. Those are both counted as shallow targets. If the fighters are to double hit each other in the same tempo, neither fighter loses HP, but they get a double counted against them. The match ends if the fighters achieve 3 doubles and both fighters lose. The highest points you can score is with a controlled hit or grapple, which means that if I grab you, take your sword away, you can lose 4 HP as long as I can demonstrate that I can kill you. Alternatively, if I stab you in the neck and hold your sword in between my hilt and my blade such that you cannot respond, that is also a 4 HP strike. The match ends when either fencer reaches 0 HP or if there is a score difference of 6 HP. So if one fighter loses 6 HP before another loses any, the fight will be considered over, and the other fighter will be mercy killed behind the stadium. Additionally, if 300 seconds have passed, which is 5 minutes, both fighters receive a loss. So the fight has to end within 5 minutes. Or again, if 3 doubles have occurred, both fighters will receive a loss. Of course, my name is Elliot Cosgrove, and with me today I have Peter Bierink. Somehow Philip managed to spell my name wrong. Added an extra T. I mean, I appreciate it. I'll take an extra letter every now and again, but... Okay. First off, T.S. Eliot, one of the most famous Eliots, had 1 L and 1 T. I'm splitting the difference between respectability to achieve the compromise of maximum respectability. But not at the end, just somewhere in there. Costgrove, perhaps. Elita. Yeah. Fantastic. Peter's mic isn't on. Well, we love silencing our long-haired kings here. Fantastic. Now everybody's name is correct. Do we know how the pools are arranged today yet? And if you are supporting a fencer today, you should do it in person here at Rose City Futsal West. There's a nice pub that'll be open at like noon. So get over here, hang out. It's a great time. True. We will be having a broadcast beer later on once they're open. And it looks like the fighters are being sent off, directed gracefully by our unpaid PA to not impede the cameras. Now, obviously, we're broadcasting from a Bedouin in the Sahara Desert, as you can see from our lush surroundings.
That is premium
Velveteen. Like the cheese? No, that's Velveeta, sorry. You do not have a microphone right now. So for our first pool, Pool 1, that's for communicating with us. For our first pool, we are going to have Rocco Jones from Seize the Vor, William Knutson from IFG, Luke Stevens from the Lonan League, Penn Miller from Masterless Fencing, and Reinhold Schmidt from Bridge City Blades. A lot of Portland Pacific Northwest natives in this pool. It's going to be a good one. Hello.
Are you live?
Yes.
Hell yeah. Can I say something?
Yes, we have Rabbit, one of our masters of the rules here, with a brief announcement for the stream.
I just want to say to anybody listening or watching out there, and I hope everybody.
Hard. We love Rabbit.
Rabbit, get back here.
Never mind. Rabbit got cut out. We're going to bring him back.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Oh, come on. You gotta be kidding me. 1, 2, test, test. Elliot, can you test your mic?
Oh, the mic was off. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. This is a natural
1, 2.
broadcaster.
Okay, we have both mics working. Woohoo! Welcome back.
And yeah, I was silenced for my opinions, for my crimes. They can turn my mic off, but they can't silence.
All right, fantastic. So we are back after a little bit of technical issues with the sound. Rabbit wanted to give a big thank you to anybody who is already watching the stream or supporting in person. Again, I'd love to encourage everybody to come on down, watch some steel meat flesh. Well, steel meat gambison anyways, mostly cloth. Now, I will say I'm really excited for later on the sword and board rules, or sword and buckler, more formally known. They're actually going to kill each other. It's one hit.
Yeah, it's one hit being overseen by our in-house violence expert, Dashiell Harrison. So I'm expecting a lot of bloodshed for sword and buckler tomorrow.
Yeah, really excited. Normally when you see sword and buckler matches, it's very chaotic, difficult to judge. Everybody's jumping in, smacking each other in the legs. This should be a much more interesting, careful, methodical rule set, making people fight as if their lives were on the line, because one hit to the head takes you out of the tournament. Or out of the pools, perhaps. I don't know how they've configured the pools, but we'll find that out tomorrow.
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah.
That, I believe we're only doing longsword today. And then our messer, wrestling, and sword and buckler will be happening afterwards.
Yeah. The ring-in is another I'm excited for. I've got a buddy, my buddy Cameron Rasmussen, you know him?
Oh, I am familiar with Cameron Rasmussen.
He'll be wrestling tomorrow. I hope to watch him fling at least 3 people into the air. Now, wrestling is not really allowed during the longsword rule set because at Rose City Futsal, they have a floor that is specifically designed and installed for indoor football. It's very fragile, very expensive. They don't want us hitting the floor with either bodies or swords. Or fetters.
We will not, in fact, be letting the bodies hit the floor.
Unfortunately, I know we have, what is that band? Disturbed. Holy, we have Disturbed in the back, ready to get into the rift. Hit him with a little wah-ah-ah. Now, I'm looking around and seeing a lot of phenomenal fits today. Of course, our volunteers are all wearing the classic crimson and gold of IFG with the very saucy knights. But the fighters, it's one of the great things about HEMA is there's a lot of individuality in the outfits. As you can see here, we've got the classic HEMA white and black. But as the day progresses, you'll see a lot of folks with a lot of really cool designs. I don't know if Masterless brought all of their cod pieces. That's always something I'm very excited for.
Yeah, we will have an official codpiece watch for this ring.
I sure hope so. I'm always on codpiece watch, wouldn't you know?
Seem to have our directors confirming gear check, preparing to address their competitors. Just a little meeting before the pool convenes to make sure all the fighters are on the same page.
Everybody's getting ready. We'll be starting very soon. So, Peter, while we wait, tell me a little bit about what kind of fencing have you been studying recently? I know last year we talked a lot about your studies in Devati. Have you moved on? Have you finally discovered that Italians are questionable at least?
You know, in my studies, in my journeys, in my sojourns, I in fact delved a little back into Fiore, reading through some of the very bones of the art.
Another gosh darn Italian.
Kind of find it to all actually just be the exact same sword fighting through and through. You just call the little funny positions you stand in different names. There are, of course, different approaches. I imagine someone is going to try to kill me for saying that. I'm so glad that all the people with swords cannot hear what I'm saying.
There's at least 2 Myrists here who want your blood.
The funny thing is I keep casting my eyes off to the right, and one of the people warming up actually has been going through Vadi's posta, and I kind of consciously started lowering my voice when I was watching that, because he was looking really mean doing those.
Yeah. The Italians are very protective of their techniques. I mean, they think that the Italians and the Germans, really, they thought of each other as subhuman. They talk about in the German manuals, when you're fighting a German, your only goal is to draw a little bit of blood and the fight. When you're fighting an Italian, kill him or maim him, generally. So here we have Pool 1 starting. We have William Knutson and Penn Miller from IFG and Masterless Fencing, respectively. Our first match of the stream.
I have fenced William quite a bit, as he is a member of our club. Something of a gentle giant. Should be a very fun fight to see. He's been practicing picking up that intensity, really trying to push that reach and size advantage he has. So this should be an interesting match.
We'll see. Obviously, the first matches of the day are a lot of feeling out, a lot of warming up. Usually, we might see some strong intensity coming out. Everybody's excited, but obviously we all want to fence safely, right? Nobody's going to be trying to hit each other as hard as possible. And here we go.
All right.
Oh,
a false start, and here we go for real this time. All right,
claiming
a strong
the center
entrance.
is Penn. Poking, prodding, feeling each other out. We do have a strike, looks like, to the arm.
Definitely a very loud strike to some forearm protection right there. And they are nullifying the exchange, watching it.
Judges did not see the same thing, did not see a clean hit, so they decided to wash it. A little attempt at a crump. William going with the chopping method, holding that long point out, presenting a threat constantly.
All right, and it looks like the judges are assigning a shallow hit from William, meaning that Miller here has suffered 1 wound for that hit to the forearm.
So that is effectively 1 point for IFG.
Oh yeah, one of many this tournament, I should hope. You definitely see Miller a little more conservative in his style with that point loss.
Yeah, I like William coming out. Like you said, using his range coming in. We have attempted a slice.
Indeed.
But it looks like Penn had that blade planted in a leg.
There was definitely a leg hit in there somewhere, but it appears we are washing the exchange.
Yeah, William using that reach advantage, presenting a threat, making sure that Penn doesn't feel comfortable progressing in.
Yeah.
Penn being clearly the quicker mover of the two.
Indeed. that point forward fencing strategy William is employing here seems to be working with a deep target scored against Miller.
Yeah, very nice. Indeed. I didn't see exactly where that landed, but the judges have called that as a deep target strike, leading to 2 wounds on Penn.
And we are seeing some love for Penn Miller in the chat as well. I agree, fantastic fencer. All right, great movement by Miller right there. And the blade slipped. Didn't look like the cleanest hit in the world, but that was a beautiful thrust.
I did see the blade bend. It looked like he got some contact, but William, I agree with our close judge here. William got a little bit of action on the exit.
Yeah, just a rising cut to the abdomen is an afterblow right there.
If you're going to die anyways, may as well kill your opponent too.
Exactly. And you know, the rising cut to the torso is the most stylish of cuts. All right, Grand Blitz there in the chat. Let's hope your brother William can pull through.
I love how Penn is rushing in, claiming the center, making sure William doesn't have a lot of room to work. So even with that long point, sort of hanging out on the back foot. Ooh, great blade pressure from William there, getting the blade on the neck and pressing, showing that he had an advantageous position. But it did look to me like Penn got something as well, and they're going to call that a double hit. 2 more of those, and the match will end with a loss for both fighters.
For those of us who might need a refresh at home, a slice generally needs to be able to break your opponent's structure to be counted as a valid blow. And that, I would say, was a break of structure.
Absolutely. He moved them. It's the advantage of being a gentle giant, is you have that weight, that structure to be able to move your opponent. A committed attempt at a strike from William. That looked like he got out clean, but the flat is what I saw strike Penn's head.
Yeah, and of course, certain very specific German fencers will be able to tell you that the flat strikes are martial, but we are not scoring those in this tournament.
Yeah.
I did, however, like that little recovery into that side-on thrusting position William did right there. Good way to cover himself. You noted earlier that Penn Miller here is doing a great job of rushing into the ring and contesting. Ooh. Excellent foot movement right there. A little hop with the attack. Didn't seem to have great control of the blade, however.
Well, yeah, he got the strike, but without covering the afterblow from William, not defending himself on the way in. But still, very impressive footwork from Penn all around, hopping in and out of range. You know, there was a little exchange there where William struck at the hands. Penn didn't even need to move anywhere. He just stepped back an inch.
He's doing a really good job of shrinking his measure ever so slightly when a strike is coming in. And really, that's how you have to fight when you are fighting someone as tall as William here, is you kind of have to let them extend into your measure to be able to fight back at them.
Yeah.
It's hard to initiate an exchange when you have a height disadvantage.
Again, running in, claiming the center, but backing up a little bit.
Ooh, see a little bit of... That was a wonderful little bit of technical winding and cutting down the blade right there. I actually didn't see what happened.
Yeah, looks like they're going to call it for William, getting a deep target. William doing an excellent job here at making his hits known, getting good quality martial strikes. That is an important part of what allows a fighter to get the points or to give the wounds, is demonstrating to the judges that you've caused some damage.
Indeed, making sure your cuts have good rotation, that you're hitting cleanly. Oh, and an excellent parry and riposte right down that center line.
Yeah, Penn trying to feint and bait a response from William there. William solid as a rock, not jumping at the false hit, trying to defend the actual strike. But Penn does catch a little bit of flesh there.
Indeed, it does strike to the arms down that center line, it looks like.
Oh!
And, ooh! An excellent attempt at a grapple right there.
Both fighters going in at the same time. That is almost guaranteed to be called a double.
Yeah, unfortunately, that grapple attempt did eat a thrust on the way in.
Yeah.
That is our second double of the match. One more, and both fencers will lose.
Which is, of course, the most disappointing result. Neither fighter wants it.
You know, no one ever doubles out in a tournament. This is true.
Oh.
Loving that recovery into that high guard right there.
Protecting the back of the head on his way out.
Indeed. Good practical use of that right there. But it looks like a deep target from gold. Red down to 3 wounds now. Things are getting a little down to the wire. An excellent comeback by Penn Miller here.
Absolutely. Both fighters being careful not to earn that double. Ooh, and a great...
That was an excellent riposte from Miller right there.
A rhythmic exchange there. Both fighters defending themselves well. And they're going to call that a shallow hit for Penn. So both fighters are tied now at 2 HP. One clean strike to a deep target wins the match here.
This is what I always refer to as the fun zone, when both fencers are desperate and cautious at the same time.
Ooh, an excellent strike to the arm and a parry of the afterblow there. A very clean bit of fencing from Penn there.
Very good read on tempo. Penn definitely cleaning up his timing, really locking in now that things are down to the wire.
Yeah, he's working out Williams' strategy here for sure.
Yeah, despite that early lead, this goes to show you it is always possible to claw that back.
A slower entry into the ring from Penn. Both fighters go in. That looked to me like Penn landed a lot cleaner. The strike from William did appear to strike the back of the head. We're going to see it here in the instant replay.
Indeed. All right. Looks like it landed.
Slicing.
Yeah.
Slicing the back of the neck.
How do we feel about the tempo on that attack? Do you think that was double or afterblow territory?
I want to say afterblow just because Penn clearly had the initiative there. The slice to the back of the neck came in the tempo after, even as William tried to respond. But of course, slices, any strikes to the back of the head or to the spine are disallowed. They are not safe. Justice for Alex Pereira.
This is true.
Fortunately, our judge is well capable of seeing it, and it looks like we may have an end to the match. William thinks that he's lost all of his HP.
Indeed. As ever, though, always good form to wait until the director gives you the final score. It isn't over until it's over. Ooh, looks like we have a bit of a reprimand for that back of head hit coming in from the director there. Such things do happen, however. It's important not to beat yourself up about it.
And we have the director confirming that Red is suffering 2 wounds, leaving them with -1 HP.
Ooh.
And Penn Miller takes the match.
An excellent comeback by Penn Miller. I can tell you from experience, it is really hard to fight a tall, strong fencer who comes in very aggressively like that. You can end up in a hole point-wise. You can kind of get in your own head about it, and you can find it impossible to claw back. You'll do stupid, desperate things to get that back. Penn kept a cool head.
Yeah, really effective use of tempo there. Seizing the initiative, seizing the vor, as it were, even though that's not his club. But we will be seeing, I think, a fighter from Seize the Vor in this next match.
And we are getting the information for our next fighters up on screen in just a moment here. And
in we go. We have Reinhold Schmidt from Bridge City Blades versus Luke Stevens from the Lonan League.
And if it is any clarification needed, Reinhold is the one in the blue and yellow gear. Luke Stevens is the one on the other side of the ring in black with the gold square on their arm. This is how we'll be marking fencers throughout the entire time. We'll have a red and gold fencer. Gold fencer will always be marked.
Lonan League coming in with Chop Fu, point forward, striking for those shallow targets. Reinhold doing an excellent job there, clearing his blade from his opponents, getting that clean strike on the shallow target, and exiting measure before he can get a response.
It is. Oh, we get a self-call from our friend here from the Lonan League. Excellent club. If you are ever in the neighborhood of Seattle, I highly recommend you train with him. The neighborhood, the city. It's a city. It's neighborhood.
Absolutely. It looks like Luke Stevens said, no, that wasn't a shallow target. That was a deep target. Take another point from me.
Excellent, commendable performance
Great
from Luke
sportsmanship.
Stevens right there. This is very characteristic of Lonan's in-house style, constantly probing down that center line, seeing where they can get little nicks and hits off. Very, very effective.
Yeah, really fascinating difference between Bridge City Blades here, who's taking a much more methodical, fluid approach, waiting for his opportunity to jump in. Ooh.
A little on the messy side. We get a little commiseration between our fencers on the floor before they reset.
Yeah, the thrust initially appeared passe, but he did break some structure there. We have our FAR judge calling that a double.
We have the replay coming up right now. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, that is very clean edge contact with movement of the blade.
Close to a thrust with control, just didn't quite land that tip in there.
Yeah. That was an interesting exchange right there. Reinhold definitely seems to be trying to seize that exact moment, that singular tempo, to really break through those probing attacks by Luke Stevenson. I believe so. Luke Stevens? I don't know. His name got cut off on the monitor. I'm not going to worry about it. By Luke.
At the moment, it appears to be Luke Steve. No, Luke Stevens.
Well, we also have Reinhold Schmick. So, we take what we get.
Yeah, our screen is a little bit funky. Oh, interesting with a tail guard.
Yeah, dropping back into a little Kota Lunga right there. As I believe Bridge City Blades practice is mostly from Fiore.
Now we have our front judge calling a double.
These
and
are
no agreement, so no exchange.
These are difficult exchanges to score, I will say. Very fast, very frenetic. Yeah, passing further back. You can think of that as an invitation to enter that measure, but he absolutely has a plan for when Luke springs that trap. Ooh.
I'm amazed that hit to the hand did not get called.
That was clear as daylight to me, but I am not judging that ring, so I'm going to keep my mouth shut. Oh, there we go.
A good defensive strike there from Reinhold, catching the hand on the way in, although they are going to say no exchange there.
Little admonishment from the director for getting close to a ring out there. Ooh, good wheeling strike from Reinhold. Inconclusive exchanges. Oh, and we get a
great
fast
defense from Luke there, holding that thrust above his head and then coming in, wheeling with the strike to the ribs. But they are going to call that a blow after blow. I didn't see the after blow.
I believe there was a little bit of in tempo. I would say it was a little iffy, but a cut to the head from Reinhold after that wheeling cut to the lower opening.
I see.
Very partial to those little fast cuts to the low parts myself. All right.
More probing, a lot of movement.
You're seeing, however, that Luke is a little more cautious with throwing those smaller attacks. There we go. That's what you have to be careful of fighting that particular offensive style. They will take your hands if you just sit there and let them attack at you.
Yeah, so as Luke has been punished for that strategy early in the match, he's adjusted, going further out of measure or at the very edge of measure, trying to get a clean hit without offering an opportunity to respond.
Indeed. Ooh. Oh, and we get a high press and a pommel to the head right there.
Pommel with control.
Ooh, now that is what I love to see, ladies and gentlemen, and everything else. That is my particular favorite style of fencing right there, which is wrestling.
Yeah, you've got a 3-foot long sword. You can attack your opponent from any range within that. My favorite is 0 inches. Give him a big hug and bonk him on the head.
A nice guard, idiot. Catch these hands.
Fantastic effort. That is going to be counted as a strike with control, giving 4 wounds to Luke.
Yeah.
So it is crunch time now. 1 HP left for Luke.
This is Ooh. Inconclusive from my angle. Let's see what our judges have to say about that.
Absolutely. That looked like a very defensive exchange, both fighters.
It isn't interesting. When you have a point disparity like this, both fighters really have to be cautious because the fighter on the losing end of the exchange can really kind of become a cornered animal. They will start trying for deep targets, doing anything they can to make up that disparity, and they can become a uniquely threatening fencer to face.
Absolutely. A rat in a corner.
Hesitate to call anyone a rat, but also, rats are cool.
Well, it's Lonin, so.
Okay.
No, just kidding.
I don't-
Lonin is, of course, IFG's sister league up in the north.
An excellent counter-tempo thrust by Reinhold right there. That is almost textbook Fiore.
And we're going to see a win for Reinhold here.
Yeah.
Match red. Excellent fencing from both fighters. I love seeing the difference in styles here. You've got the sort of classic Lonin, very high tempo footwork, bouncing around, really difficult to put a grip on, versus that Bridge City Blades, very smooth, fluid, looks slow, but he's moving around really just as quickly as Luke in that ring.
It's worth noting that they both have different approaches to achieving the same effect, which is that they're both sort of on their center of gravity constantly. Luke always ready to bounce back and spring forward. Reinhold is always kind of shifting onto one hip or the other to get ready to attack. They both had an excellent performance. I'm going to agree with the chat here. Excellent movement by Luke. Very kind of modern boxing, modern fencing, ready to move in all the time. Just some excellent calls by Reinhold. We're moving on to our next fencers here, being just waiting for our screen to update here. I don't know, man. They took our next match button in the divorce. All right, we got Rocco Jones, who is a new entrant to this ring, and Penn Miller, who we've seen fight before.
Rocco, we've seen fight for Seize the Boar for a couple years. A reaching one-handed lunge from Rocco. My favorite little bit of trickery. And they're going to call that a clean hit to a shallow target, going for the legs from way downtown.
You know, I have never fought Rocco before, and he's certainly never done that to me.
I did get the opportunity to fight Rocco a year or two ago, and he cleaned my clock once or twice.
An attempt to sweep the hands right there. Rocco definitely using his reach to his advantage. And, leads that cut to a nice little ribbon right down into the knuckles.
Seizing the Vor, living up to the name of their club, and fighting from way out of any reasonable range, still hitting that shallow target.
Now, you might be perhaps wondering why we're not seeing a ton of movement aside from this little kind of back and forth skitter. Excellent defense from Penn right there, I will say. Rocco's cuts are fast, and it takes a determined hand to stop them. Looks like a double coming in right now, though.
That is how it looked to me. Both fighters striking on the same tempo. Now, of course, what a double typically means is that both fighters are attacking without attempting to defend themselves, which is not what we want to see in high-level tournament fencing, because it means that both fighters would die. But this is going to be a penalty, actually. Somebody made a attack that was not allowed.
Indeed. Likely an accidental or inadvertent strike to the back of the head. It is.
Here we have the mono-e, as it's called in sumo, when the judges meet up in the center of the ring to talk over the results of the match. Obviously, everything's happening so fast that sometimes you need a moment to come up with a consistent viewpoint of what happened.
I will say that frequently the only thing harder than fencing is judging fencing.
Absolutely.
There's a reason they use those little electric registers in Olympic fencing. Much easier to just make a machine do all of this for us.
There's a reason I'm behind the camera and this microphone without the responsibility of these guys who are
Yeah,
much better at this than I am.
I would much rather yap than have to score this.
Ooh, pushing to the edge of the ring there, seizing the middle is Penn again.
Seizing the middle against Seize the Vor. Oh, and we get that.
Oh,
Ooh, almost hits the Lindy hop on the way to the ground there.
Yeah, really fascinating there. Catches the leg in mid-step, throwing Penn off balance, almost taking him out entirely. Again, with that single-handed thrust in a deep lunge we'll see here. Yeah.
Ooh, yeah. You can see that attempt to slip the leg just came a little too late. That's almost an impossible attack to see coming. You can see him definitely presenting the points. Rocco's still fishing for that thrust.
Yeah. Just backing up out of measure right at the edge. Ooh. We're going to see a call for out of bounds here in a second if this keeps up.
Oh, there we go. Did you see how fast that Zverkow was to the hands?
It's a double Zver.
Yeah. You can see just how clean a Zverkow can be when you really put your hips and your full body rotation into it.
Yeah, first displacing his blade above the head, keeping your blade in between theirs and your body, and then twisting that core and those hips, landing a solid hit. They are going to say that there was an afterblow delivered. They're actually giving that a deep target to Penn with an afterblow from Rocco.
I can see that. There might have been some contact with the mask. Ooh.
Oh.
These are fast fencers, everyone.
Yeah.
I would agree. I think that the initial scoring action was probably by Rocco right there, but I think that's a safe call for the director to make.
Yeah. Both fighters definitely hit each other. In what tempo? Who knows? Both fighters jumping in.
That full...
Penn almost losing control of his sword, but Rocco with a much better grip, able to plant that blade.
Ooh. Looks like we have one of our fencers kind of investigating their fingers for a second. Do hope everything is okay. That full leap offline from Rocco once the bind had been joined is characteristic, I will say.
Another Mono E trying to get a solid understanding of that exchange, get all of the judges on the same page.
Indeed. These are hard exchanges to judge. When you get fencers who do play the center line, kind of the sport fencing background, a lot of Euro-HEMA influence there, a lot of the cleaner exchanges that we might get used to go out the door as everyone's looking for these little second intention hits that can be extremely hard to score.
And it looks like they're going to call that a clean strike from Penn?
Question marks?
Many question marks? No, that'll be a blow after blow.
And this is the trap you can fall into, especially with our rule set, is trading shallow hits for shallow hits with afterblows. Oh, excellent counter tempo. Zverk to the side of the head. That was, that's KDF as heck, baby.
Moving his body offline, coming along that left side, striking the head, staying well clear of that blade.
That was a thing of beauty right there. Yeah, if we can get that replay. Ooh, I'm getting that framed on my fridge. My God.
I wish. Now it is 6-1. Penn is in dire straits here. And looks like Rocco is going to go for one of those tricky one wound actions. And why not? Stay safe.
Baiting him in, taking the blade, hitting him in the head, it looks like.
Provoke, take, hit. The foundation of Meyer fencing.
Although frequently I just provoke the hit and then take it.
Me too, buddy. Me too.
All right.
Do want to say Rocco did win last year's tournament. Gold medalist. So showing exactly why that happened. I saw a hit from Penn to the shin of Rocco.
Yeah, I try not to I guess, talk anyone up before we actually get, results out of pools. But it is worth noting we do have a medalist in the ring right now. Putting up a good performance against Rocco in any capacity is commendable. Man is a bit of a machine.
Yeah.
Ooh. I don't want to be in front of that, personally.
Now, I do think there needs to be a foul called. He jumped past there. It looked like there was a strike to the back of the head to me.
Indeed. That could have been, I think, a little much. Definitely could have put Penn in an unsafe situation. Let's
They're
get...
going to call this for excessive force and a strike to the back of the head.
Yes, I can definitely see that.
Rocco, I think, needs to go back to that careful, prodding game. Avoid catching a couple of penalties and a loss here. Clutching defeat from the jaws of victory, as it were.
I will say it is a characteristic flaw of a modern sporting style, is that you do expose yourself to more risk for the goal of scoring more points. Ooh, there we go. Blow after. Unfortunately, I think that's just going to be 1 HP taken from both fencers right there. That was a pretty clean bam, bam tempo right there.
And that will result in a victory for Rocco. I did really like that deep lunge and then getting the blade up above his head to respond to the afterglow. Penn, of course, with some excellent control, was able to land that hit on the arm back, but that does not change the result. Rocco is going to take the match.
That is a victory for Rocco Jones, 5-0. Excellent performance by both fencers. Rocco isn't an easy fight. I count myself lucky to have never fought him in a tournament, but even in just casual sparring, he proves something of a menace.
Yeah, absolutely.
In the kindest way I can possibly say. Rocco, please do not kill me about that.
And we've got IFG's Gentle Giant, or one of IFG's Gentle Giants, coming back in, William Knudsen, who will be fighting Reinhold Schmidt from Bridge City Blades.
I expect this to be an interesting fight. Reinhold has proven that he's got a great center to him, definitely has a good command of his body mechanics, his tempo, and
a much more fluid approach as well.
Yeah.
You know, William's last opponent was Penn, who we see claiming the center, very fast, frenetic. Now both of these fighters, William and Reinhold, we saw in their matches a little bit slower, more methodical entries. We'll see how that works out.
Interesting to see how Reinhold's comparatively clean style fares up against a man with, the measure of the state of Texas. I'm half joking right there. Just having a few extra inches of reach on your opponent can sometimes be an insurmountable advantage.
Although Reinhold does not look particularly small either.
No, once again, I have lucky enough to have fought Reinhold a couple times here. And they are not an easy fight. They are very clearly in good command of their technique. They have good measure. They have an excellent sense of timing.
And we're going to get a hug,
Ooh, a
sportsmanlike.
That is going above and beyond the Call of Duty right there.
Yeah,
and
of course,
love
none
to
of
see
these
that.
fighters want to hurt each other. Historically, these duels would have been fought to the death or satisfaction. These duels are much kinder. There's room for hugs at the front.
Exactly. Hey, if you can't have fun with everyone at the end of the day, then why are we here?
And we do see this much slower, methodical approach.
Ooh, looks like a...
Both mirroring slices to the abdomen and head.
That's pretty cinematic, I have to say. I
certainly couldn't be a clean hit. I don't know about a double, though.
Yeah, double seems a little dramatic, but I would not have called that a clean hit by any stretch of the word. Interesting little play we saw there. Definitely William using his reach, his sort of more aggressive posture to chase Reinhold around the ring.
Yeah, pushing him to the edge, making sure there's not a lot of room to maneuver.
Yeah, Reinhold, for his role in this, definitely, or their role in this, definitely looking for that tempo to counterattack.
Both points forward. working the bind.
Ooh.
Oh, a strike to the top of the head, matching Reinhold's thrust to the chest.
Yeah, that was... I'm not sure if that thrust landed from my angle. It appears our FAR judge believes it does. If that thrust landed, I call that a pretty clear blow after blow. If not, an excellent post hoc head hit by William right there.
They're going to call that a blow after blow, yeah.
Interesting. Okay, both fencers are still equal. All right, and here we go.
I am enjoying this slower, less frenetic, a little feint from William there.
Ooh, and
that thrust caught him on the way in.
That absolutely did.
I saw some head bucking back.
Yeah, that was pretty unambiguous. I don't think it was with control necessarily.
No.
But that was a pretty nice little thrust.
Yeah.
And a nice little check from Reinhold and William right there, making sure each fencer is okay, using nonverbal language right there. I really love to see it.
Yeah, even with all the safety equipment, getting stabbed in the face doesn't exactly feel great.
It's never a great time, and sometimes, masks can be ill-fitting or just slide back a little bit, and even a minor thrust can press the mesh into your forehead. It's just never a great time.
Yeah.
Turns out that the old manuals tell you to stab your opponent in the head because it is a fantastically mean thing to do. That seemed to be a blow after blow to the forearm.
Yeah, agreed.
Another thing that can definitely happen when you're fencing someone as solid with as long a reach as William here is you can kind of find yourself getting caught in their pace.
Yeah. Once they find themselves inside of each other's measure, it's really difficult to move one or the other. Both fighters going for the attack. We do want to encourage a more defensive fencing style. That's why doubles are punished so heavily.
Indeed. Reinhold being cautious here. It is, I will say, a difficult endeavor to get clean hits. Oh, but a hand push, and it looks like a hit to the head right after. I can't tell if Reinhold ate that hit on the way in.
That contact from William did not look like it was of any quality. I'd say that definitely Reinhold's strike to the head had a little bit more sauce behind it.
And that just does go to show you how fast a grapple can be. We all love the elaborate arm wraps and the blade grabs and the disengages, but sometimes all you really need is that little hand push to give you the space necessary to capitalize on that.
It's one of my favorites. Now that is going to be a blow after blow. 2 wounds to William. What is going on here?
Do they? Okay, I think they're just checking on each other, making sure that each other are okay.
Taking a short pause.
Yeah.
And conferring. Now they didn't have this historically. Once you were ready to fight, you were going until one of you was bleeding.
Realistically, historically, it would have been our gentleman in the plaid on the left and our gentle them in the yellow on the right, going in and negotiating once you had blood flowing, or hopefully beforehand.
That's what a second is for. And we have what appears to be an announcement from Joe Calistro, the president of IFG.
That's Joe Ferox Gladio right there.
So what Joe is saying is that we are actually ahead of schedule, which brings up an issue of fighters moving to their next pool. If pools finishes earlier than other pools, as they mix, so he's effectively telling all of the fighters to be aware of what and where their next pool is, so that they can go join quickly, because everything is moving fast. We've got a lot of fighters, a lot of fights to get through. We want to keep everything sort of tight and efficient.
Indeed.
Thank you, Joe.
Yes. It's a good problem to have for a tournament, to be moving through things just a little too efficiently. Events like these habitually run way over their allotted time budget. If you've ever been to SoCal Sword Fight, you know that watching finals is something of an all-night affair.
Indeed. And back to the action here.
All right, here's our regularly scheduled Carnage. More cautious play from both of them here. Ooh, attempting to beat the blade down and go for the thrust. Didn't quite commit to it.
Almost a Zverkow from William. A slice across the neck. Nothing of quality from Reinhold there.
I'm going to say right now, that was... I don't know how it's going to get scored. I really liked that little slice to the neck.
Yeah. Agreed.
You can definitely tell William's getting a little on the tired side as this match drags on. There wasn't a ton of structure going into it, but I think there was sufficient blade movement to really call that a scoring action.
I'd agree.
Ooh, there we go.
Both fighters in at the same time. Didn't look like anything of quality to me.
Yeah. An interesting note is during Will's attempt to unwind that high bind, he did just kind of fully bend Reinhold backwards right there.
The advantage of a weight advantage.
I'm not a small man. You know, I go to the gym, I do my funny little workouts. Every time I grapple William, it is like trying to grab a brick wall.
I do like what you said, though. Both fighters are definitely getting tired. This is an intense... Both fighters grabbing hold of each other's swords, getting into a little stalemate.
Each other's overlays.
Now, I will say, I saw a thrust from Reinhold land to the mask on the way in.
Yeah, that extended about 5 beats after the initial scoring action. I also think I saw a crossguard hit a mask right there,
which does hurt.
Yeah, that's not fun. I don't think either fencer seems injured or aggrieved. Still seems like a lot of goodwill. We're getting mutual thumbs ups.
Yeah.
There were several things that could be called scoring actions. I agree with you, Elliot. I think that thrust was
We have a check for gear, making sure everybody's still safe.
All right, and let's get after it.
As this fight drags on, we're going to see both fighters get a little sloppier, a little less control. Another excellent thrust from Reinhold. That looked like it landed to the shoulder.
You're kind of seeing a very common pattern when you get multiple taller fencers going at each other, which is they will thrust and then immediately get into this high bind where both of their hands are pushing against each other over each other's heads.
Yeah, the crash to crone. They're going to call that a double hit.
Ooh.
That looked like maybe another double hit.
That looked like a rising hit from Reinhold coming into a shield howl from William there. I unfortunately did not get a great view of that strike. The noise suggested a pretty strong hit to the hands there. Definitely sounded like something hitting the hard plastic of a glove or an elbow.
Yeah, you can see on the right side of the screen there, William trying to get a little bit of air, getting his mask up. It's an extremely arduous physical activity, and as you get more and more tired, your strikes have less and less of that control that we want to see.
This is, I will say, a notable downside of coming in really strong, kind of jittery, projecting all that force right off the bat. Even if you've got good cardio, even if you are a physically fit. Ooh,
both fighters
attacks
just missing.
Ooh.
Playing tip to tip in the bind.
Indeed.
Somebody trying to feel each other out. Neither fighter defending themselves.
I think that might be our second. Ooh.
They're going to call that clean, maybe. If this is to a deep target, which they are calling it, that's going to be a win for Reinhold.
Indeed. It could definitely be the case that last leg shot from William there either did not strike with sufficient force or didn't land at all.
Yeah. There's also the chance that it just wasn't seen. You know, we have a different angle with the cameras, from our Bedouin in the Sahara Desert.
It is so hot out here.
It's a lot easier to see some of those strikes. However, that's why we have 3 judges. You know, we have effectively our director acting as the Goji in sumo, the person who calls start, finish, and then our judges all trying to come together to get a reasonable semblance of what happened during the fight, since nobody's leaving wounds, hopefully.
Indeed.
Now we have Rocco coming back out versus Luke Stevens from the Lonin League. No hug.
Rocco snubs the hug.
I love it.
We're starting off with emotional damage before the physical damage even starts. That is a joke. I'm sure everything's fine.
This is a competition. Rocco going for that long reaching strike, and we have Luke jumping around.
Ooh, excellent little parry riposte to the torso right there.
Yeah, great tempo defense there from Rocco, beating away 2 strikes before landing a quick one to the torso and getting his blade back in position to defend himself.
Cutting, as certain masters will write, with the arms extended. Definitely very defensive. Good way to fight an aggressive fencer like that. You can see Rocco just continues to... That was just a cheeky, wonderful little hand shot right there. Certain fencers, certain people in the hemisphere really don't like intentional hand snipes or hand shots. I've really come to respect a certain kind of artistry in them. They're not easy to get against a canny opponent.
Especially somebody like Luke, whose hands are constantly moving, constantly beating a little bit. Rocco doing a great job of staying focused, staying slow, getting those tiny opportunities to get a quick strike in on a shallow target. And it's showing on the scoreboard. It's a 9-5.
Whew. It cannot be overstated how hard this is to actually pull off on someone as fast as Luke.
Rocco doing a great job staying balanced, defending himself, keeping that blade tight, defending the chops, striking to the head, coming back.
You can see him almost like he's reeling in a fish right there, letting Luke get closer and closer until that measure is tight enough and that tempo presents itself for him to just shoot down that exposed center line.
Yeah.
That was a beautiful hit.
Coiling up, unwinding for the strike, and then recoiling, making sure that those parries stay on point.
Once again, it cannot be overstated how hard it is to consistently parry a fencer like Luke, going in for that, almost eating a hit to the head on that Gazelin.
A fascinating little forward lean from Rocco.
Ooh, and there's that torso shot coming
another
back.
Clean shot to the torso. Rocco has Luke's number. And it looks like this is going to be a finish on point differential.
I believe so.
Match red for Rocco. Of course, point differential of 6 points ends in victory to whoever has the most HP left. It's the mercy killing rule, as I like to call it. Although nobody's being killed here.
Not yet, anyway.
Hopefully. Not until Sword and Buckler, at the very least.
I can't believe Dashel is just going to kill someone during Sword and Buckler.
Probably many people.
Yeah, potentially even me.
Up next, we've got Reinhold Schmidt and Penn Miller. It looks like we're going to take a moment for the judges to confer.
Indeed. It is worth noting in that last match that Rocco played an excellent game. You can see him, how he fought his previous match versus how he fought this one. Able to configure himself against an opponent's style. That Lonin in-house style, constantly doing those dominant hand chops to the blade, always trying to set up those fast attacks. Rocco did an excellent job just sort of letting his opponent present his shallow targets until he got frustrated enough to get closer.
Yeah, letting him work into the measure so that Rocco didn't have to extend himself and open himself up to danger.
That was a fast match. It was a pretty technical and honestly clean match as well.
Yeah, excellent performance from Rocco there.
Yeah.
Showing a little bit of what got him to the podium last year.
wholeheartedly believe if he keeps this performance up, we will likely be seeing him at least in finals.
At least.
It is worth noting that he did a journey outside of the country to study with Antek Obritsky for some, I believe it was 3 months over in Poland. Antek being, I would say, in contention to be, if not already universally agreed to be, sort of the #1 longswordsman in the world right now. So definitely showing a lot of that transfer from that top bracket here.
Yeah, that experience coming through, bringing some of that European sauce to our American tournament.
Although, you know,
it is World Cup season after all.
I know. We got too many Europeans around here already.
It is wild that Rose City Futsal, the soccer place, is letting us come and take over while the World Cup is going on. We really appreciate this venue. We've been coming here for the last several years, and we love them so much. We just keep coming back. The only fencing arena with an in-house bar. Now in we go, Penn and Reinhold. Reinhold again with that slow, balanced footwork. Penn a little bit faster. They're stalling.
Yeah. Definitely attempting to provoke a hasty response out of Reinhold, but Reinhold is kind of the picture of calm right here. Ooh.
Staying level, clean, landing a beautifully placed thrust to the neck or head. I couldn't quite see.
I also just have to admire the mechanics of that thrust. Both Fiore, Vadi, and a handful of the other Italian sources really say to thrust with your backhand low and then level it out sort of once you're already in that killing zone. Just a very mechanically sound thrust right there. If there had been a blade in opposition, Reinhold would have blown right through it with that.
Yeah, beautiful work from Reinhold.
That is
working in, hiding his measure with that sort of back-leaning stance.
Indeed, waiting back on there. Ooh, a lot of action countered by that single high crone right there.
Yeah, I like how he held that high parry knowing that that same strike was going to come in. He didn't feel the need to move around a whole lot, and it worked out perfectly for him.
Indeed. Well, I think you can definitely see the inkling of a plan right there, right? Like, knowing that if his opponent leaves, he can just drop the blade into their head. So, realistically, even though he's holding static...
Presenting a threat with your defense.
It's control just by the threat of a hit. Although, once again, Penn coming in here with some great movement. I am surprised that wasn't called.
Machine-like defense from Reinhold there, holding out that parry again, stopping a pair of attempted blows from Penn, and it looks like we've got another clean, deep strike, which should end the match in Reinhold's favor.
That's
textbook clean fencing.
That's the cleanest match we've seen so far. That
might be the cleanest match we will see.
Excellent movement, excellent offense by Penn Miller right there, but there was just... It didn't even look like Reinhold was sweating. That was almost a Zen level of locking in right there.
Absolutely.
That was a very inspiring match.
Not a hint of panic in him. I am really looking forward to seeing Reinhold and Rocco go at it.
We definitely saw that cool facade crumble a little bit against someone sort of willing to get into the brawling weeds like Williams, so I'm wondering how that's going to hold up against someone so fast, so willing to sort of just attack into strength like that. Coming up here, we have our friend from Lonan, Luke Stevens in gold, William Knudsen. I'm just gonna maliciously mispronounce my friend's name. Will.I.am Knudsen here on the left side.
I believe it's Knudsen. Now, the Danish pronunciation is Knudsen because, of course, it's referring to the old King Knud.
Oh, this is true. Who could forget King Knud?
Who could? Vinland Saga, peak.
Oh, yeah. Personally, I don't know why we're not just throwing sharpened tree logs at each other, personally. But, no one listens to what I want. All right. Get a little discussion from the director right there, but it looks like our fencers are ready to go in. I think Luke's particular approach here, and we're getting the hugs, the return of the hugs.
Yeah, this is the Battle of the Pacific Northwest, or at least the first Battle of the Pacific Northwest. IFG versus Lonan League. We're all, of course, great friends, but I hope William shows Luke the business.
I'm always hoping that people get the business, personally. An interesting thing here is, just on size alone, William is really capable of resisting those repeated strikes down the same line. Really hard to displace both him and that just monster of a Siggy King he's got in his hands right there.
With the ring as well, opening up his defensive parrying options, keeping his hand just a little bit safer.
And they say you can't buy success.
You can.
Yeah, just
This
buy
is
a nice
capitalist
sword.
America.
It's many, unfortunately there are a lot of moments where I have fenced with someone's really nice sword and my game has improved. So as much as I hate to admit it, sometimes it does matter.
That's why all the good knights had named swords, because they spent a bunch of money on it and cut a bunch of people up.
Oh yeah, I would totally have a named sword if I was a knight. Be sick as heck.
Well, the thing about swords is you can just name them if you want.
Yeah, that's fair. The problem is I'm fairly dumb. Oh, there we go. Excellent little parry riposte
Strong
action.
strike from William.
Oh,
Oh.
yeah. Definitely using that energy from William's blade to sort of rebound around to the other side. One
Yeah.
little fun little moulinet.
A little bit of overcommitment from William there.
Yeah, that's definitely how you want to fight a larger fencer. All right. Getting into it.
Wiggles there.
Oh yeah, we love the wiggles here.
Trying to open up a lane past his blade.
Ooh, looks like there was a little bit of blade contact from Will onto Luke's face right there. Or rather, mask. We are not hitting each other in the face yet. Yeah.
Yeah.
Looks like there was some rising percussion from Luke into Will's arm right there.
The judges didn't see that, so they're going to call it as a clean strike from William. William doing a great job of staying poised even at his third fight.
I'd like to think this is kind of... Oh, that was such a nice Zornhau. Oh, my goodness me.
Yeah, just enough structure to blow through the defense, plant that blade on that target.
Yeah, that's such a good... You can see him pull back when he sees that cut coming in and just powers through right there, completely overpowering Luke's blade. Looks like we're down to the wire here. Oh, yeah.
Again.
And once
working
again,
straight through Luke's defense. The problem with having your blade so far forward is that if he can work his tip in past it, the reaction time that it takes to pull back to get that parry off, it doesn't look like Luke had it. William looking exhausted, but still landing 3 clean shots in a row to take the win on a point differential.
that is
Beautiful
an
work.
inspiring scoreboard. From our point of view, we just have a gold -2, -2, -1, and then a red win right there. It is... He
Great
really
work.
dialed in.
IFG, clearly the superior club.
Please do not send Justin Reimer down here. He will kill me.
He would kill me without a sword in his hands. That man is a menace.
He will blow me up with his mind.
I think he's actually here, so
Oh, okay.
I got to keep it a little bit quiet. But
Yeah.
great work from Lonan, from our friends.
All right, we have a match teed up here that I am extremely excited for. Reinhold, the sort of picture of poise, versus Rocco Jones. This is going to be...
Who, again, does not want a hug. He
No.
is here for blood.
Yeah.
Real champion mentality.
Oh, yeah. All right.
Channeling Kobe.
Coming in.
With
Yeah,
a-
there we go.
Oh, very committed thrust, pushing him off with his body, going into those Verkows, landing what looked to me like clean to the arm, but our far judge did seem to see some contact from Reinhold as well.
I saw 2 Zverkaus from Rocco right there. First one probably didn't have rotation or force, and the second one definitely did.
Very much so.
So in love with that little press upward with the shoulder. Could have even been an offensive ring out there, to be completely honest.
Yeah, that's the most commitment to a strike we've seen from Rocco all day so far. And they're not going to call it as anything. But this one is a clean strike, classic Rocco hit to a shallow target.
There we go.
He tried jumping in, saw it didn't work, went back to his bread and butter.
Yeah. Got to butter him up before you can really,
Absolutely.
get the heavy, great parry against that low sweep.
Oh.
However, that leg shot right there, I will admit I am particularly fond of hits to the legs. Perhaps notoriously so.
Rocco's reach is astounding. I see strikes that look like they're going to whiff by a mile landing. Really impressive measure control from Rocco.
As we can see on the replay here, that was just at the edge of his measure. I was under the impression there that he still had some slack in the line, but no, he really sold that with his body rotation. Great little, that little ribbon he cut with his blade right ahead of Reinhold to draw the parry. Very subtle, very effective motion.
Yeah, and we did see a small warning from our director to watch the force. It was a strong hit from Rocco. No penalty, just a advisement to keep it under control.
Even relatively light hits to the legs can be extremely dangerous. Hits to the side of the knee can really cause joint issues. Fencing pants frequently skimp on padding to the thighs, and most people tend to fence without sufficient leg protection on the thighs anyway, so it can be...
You rely on the folds of the Bluderhosen to defend you.
Nah, well, that's because Meyer simply knows best.
Absolutely.
All right, seeing a
both fighters.
Very cautious play from both of them right here. Oh!
The deflection from Rocco into a beautiful Zverkaus.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they heard that one next door.
I heard it all the way over from here in the Sahara Desert.
Ooh, beauty. I think I see. They don't got cactuses over there, do they?
I don't think so. Brush.
I see brush in the distance. Perhaps a mirage.
Perhaps an oasis.
Oh. Speaking of. Our intrepid master of tech here, our little mechanicus buddy, is slowing down our replays right now because those Zverkaus from Rocco are violating causality and actually landing before he's launching them.
Coming out with an excess of sauce, but still landing with control. I mean, there's a chance that you hit one of those hard enough, somebody goes down, but Reinhold doesn't appear to be grievously injured, so that shows some pretty good control.
Yeah. Definitely a little discussion from second to second. This is why you really need a second in this format. We don't want aggrieved fencers talking directly to judges. Having a second who can coolly and calmly articulate your point to the director is vital.
Absolutely. The adrenaline of fighting several matches in a row, it really can't be ignored. It is, anybody who's participated in a combat sport knows you get shaky, you get jittery, you start to get aggressive. We have measures in place, of course, to avoid instances of escalating force. Somebody gets hit hard, they want to hit back hard. We snip all of that in the bud.
This definitely seems to be a pattern of blow after blows in this match. Two very skilled fencers going at each other here.
Yeah. Both approaching cautiously.
All right. Ooh, excellent slip of the leg. Oh my God, that was... Ooh, my heart was in my throat on that one.
Fascinating footwork from Reinhold, gathering his feet together, sacrificing a little bit of that stability for mobility, and then jumping in with that thrust. The judges could not agree who hit first, who hit last, so they're calling that no exchange.
Indeed. Definitely seems to have Rocco's leg hits on just locked in now after that first one landed.
They're definitely on the mind.
Ooh,
A
that's
slice through.
almost like a Dupieren.
Yeah, they're going to call that slice.
Yeah. Ooh, kind of a running hit. A drive-by attack there.
You see Rocco keeping his stance much wider, much more stable, but Reinhold using those gather steps, that narrow stance to exhibit a little bit of extra mobility for his thrusts. Not making any good use out of it yet, but probably setting up something coming up.
Obviously, there's equivalents in just about every fencing system. Meyer, in specifically, would refer to that kind of gather, that slip, as a stolen step, kind of faking your measure, right? Gathering
Yeah.
yourself up like a spring. Yep, just immediately.
Beautiful
Oh my God,
dodge.
that void, that slip of the leg. I'm just going to take screen caps of this stream and hang them up in my apartment for inspiration.
I don't know if he was quite able to capitalize on it. We'll see what the judges call, but really excellent, just picking up his leg, no wasted movement, and making Rocco miss.
That is an excellent response to those kind of posted leg hits right there. When an opponent is throwing out to the extent of their measure, to the point of even taking a hand off of the sword, they are compromising structure and recovery time and gambling it on that extra reach. And if they are whiffing to the legs like that, that is an excellent chance to try and recoup and land a deep target.
No agreement, no exchange.
Well, looks like we have a self-call from Reinhold right there, self-calling.
Yeah, Reinhold saying, no, he did hit me clean on the way in. I was not able to respond effectively.
Great honor. Down 5-4. This match could still go either way.
Very even.
You can tell Rocco's kind of fixating on that thrust now, really coiling himself. Ooh, yeah, that is bread and butter.
Thrust.
That's the Rock Nest monster right
Deflected
there.
above his head and responded with a Zverkow to the gut. Reinhold's intestines are on the floor.
That
Not
is-
actually, but, you know.
It's that oh my God, dude. Pardon my momentary loss of composure right there. That was a hell of a Zverkow. That is why trying to overrun someone to grapple them does not work all the time.
Oh!
Posted one-hand thrust, just sneaking in there too.
Landing with authority.
Yeah, you don't need both hands on the blade to really make those thrusts hit, and I believe that was in opposition to the blade. I don't know if we're awarding control on one-handed strikes, but I would say that was a controlled thrust.
I would say that control was not there because that blade was so close to Rocco's head, and a small wind would have had his throat cut clean open.
Yes. I
But
completely agree
still,
with that.
an exceptionally clean one-handed thrust, like the Viper's tongue.
Yeah, just flicking out there, getting right into that torso. I was really expecting Rocco to be trying to tee up more of a traditional two-handed Shisin, really trying to go in, lock in the blade. That was a beautiful thrust. That cannot be overstated.
Yeah, we've seen Reinhold attempt a few of those extremely committed thrusts moving forward. Somehow Rocco, with one hand, able to maintain more structure and avoid that deflection.
Just kind of catching Reinhold in that wishy-washy moment when they're transferring between guards.
Yeah. Rocco only needs to hit one more wound.
Oh, and there-
deflection, but Rocco with just an overwhelming amount of strikes, and Reinhold could not quite defend them all.
Those leg shots are very, very hard to defend, especially when you were able to pull someone's guard kind of up or to the side. They are not in position.
Look at how deep Rocco gets into that stance.
Someone's been doing his plyometrics.
I would be so afraid of tearing myself asunder.
Who up getting rent asunder. All right.
And that is the end of that match. I believe we have one more match in this pool.
Indeed. Looks like we have our friend from Lonan teeing up in
two more matches
in this pool.
Luke and Penn.
Indeed. Oh, this should be a fun match. Penn, a very fast, frenetic fencer capable of retracting and extending very quickly. And then we have Luke here capable of just kind of probing that attack.
And we see Penn doing a little bit of, cutting the throat and some WWE taunts.
I feel like we could use a little more kayfabe in this sport.
What?
Like, we all need to get in character. We all need to pretend there's a big storyline.
Yes. Oh, both rushing to the center. That fast, frenetic footwork that you mentioned. Judges whizzing around trying to get a good view of the action. A lot of wiggling.
That is a lot of blade work right there.
Nothing landing, though.
Oh.
Great defensive work from both fencers. Oh, slipping past, nothing of quality there.
An interesting note is Penn's blade did end up under Luke's arm guard right there.
Interesting. Yeah, no agreement, no exchange. There was very little quality to either of those strikes. In order to have something be counted, it has to be a martially significant strike.
Oh, there we go.
Great little tricky bit of blade work there from Penn, weaving around to the left side, getting that clean strike and getting out of the way.
You definitely see a lot of Penn trying to set up feints here. I think a lot of that blade work that had me flabbergasted earlier is definitely him trying to really pull Luke's blade in a particular direction.
Trying to get Luke to respond to the wrong thing.
And we saw it pay dividends on that last shallow target. Oh, no.
Somebody got hit there. No call has been made.
I think there was a very gentle point call from our FAR judge there, but usually they have a little more verve in their voices.
Well, just a little bit.
Yeah, I think I saw that. There was a really extended cut to draw Luke's blade up and then kind of a follow-up to the hand right there.
Yeah, a little flicky cut.
Yeah. This is hard action to follow, I will admit.
Beautiful blade work from Penn here, sort of taking advantage of Luke's quick reaction time to get his blade out of the way with a misdirection.
Indeed. A lot of jockeying for position.
Lateral movement from Luke. A strike to the head that just worked past the parry.
Kind of. They're calling that as our first double.
First double of the match. 3 of those will lead to a loss for both fighters.
A gesture of both confidence and exuberance from Luke there, though. Great energy from these fighters.
An attempted crump there.
Oh, there we go.
Again, a lot of really light blade work. Not seeing any martially significant strikes there, neither of the judges.
Yeah, there could have been something in the neighborhood of a Duplierin, but I would have been hesitant to
see a little bit
that.
more commitment from these fighters to get clean hits. An attempted feint of a thrust and another cut around to the left side, but it looks like Luke was ready for it this time, responded with his own attack.
Obviously,
in the
it's
tempo before.
Easy enough to say while yapping from the side of the ring. I do think that if Penn had maybe just had a little more confidence in that thrust, that could have landed pretty cleanly.
Yeah, agreed. Knowing when to turn a feint into a real strike is a millisecond decision that is almost impossible to make. But we do see a more committed thrust from Penn there, landing to the gut.
Definitely seem to have learned the lesson from the last exchange, dialed it in again.
And now Luke has to contend with not knowing what's a feint and what's a committed strike.
That is a hard mentality to be in. Fencing a very Machiavellian fencer can be.
Rushing
excellent
in
intensity.
with a little tap to the face.
Yeah, that's just setting up these exchanges so beautifully.
Bringing something different to every exchange, making sure that Luke can't get a handle on his strategy.
Setting up shop in his head right there.
Rent free.
I don't know. Luke
Although
does.
he's paying rent and sweat right now.
I think we just saw that rent get charged right there.
Yeah.
That.
Luke took his pound of flesh with a planted thrust to the shoulder.
Yeah.
Our close judge calls it a double. Our director disagrees, though.
I agree with the director in this case.
Absolutely.
I don't think there was any scoring action in the same tempo. Perhaps an afterblow, but that would be injudicious of me. Yeah. Okay. Luke definitely seems to be realizing that the way to contend with a fainting fencer is to just push them. All right.
Oh, a light tap to the hand. Our close judge called a halt, but did not look like ready to commit to.
And we are
calling
watching that
point.
exchange. Score is still 6-4 in Red's favor.
Better to call it and say there was no exchange than not call it and have fighters get frustrated that their attacks aren't being seen. Beautiful control there from Luke. Penn losing control of his blade, and Luke taking the opportunity to plant that blade on his neck. No agreement on what exactly happened from the judges, though.
I'm gonna take
mono-e is
a
called.
little. Oh, there we go. I love that. The mono-e.
It's beautiful.
Did you do sumo?
Never did sumo, but I watch it a lot.
We should watch sumo sometime. Anyway, I really do want to take. All right, getting a last-minute
Selena
call
Gomez
from
needs to go to pool 9.
Selena Gomez. If you're watching this stream, you need to go to pool 9.
Yeah, and stop watching the stream.
Yeah, I don't know why you're watching the stream. You're at the event.
Just look up.
All right.
Both fighters coming in after the conference. Strikes from Penn. Hard to see exactly what happened there, but it looks like they're calling that a clean hit to the neck.
Very frenetic series of cuts right there.
Yeah, really showing a very different style of fencing from our last match with Rocco and Reinhold. Both of these fighters taking almost boxing-like footwork, moving around,
Well, that's
prodding, feinting.
I am unfortunately less familiar with Masterless as insofar as their in-house style. Lonan, that style of footwork, leaning like a boxer all over the place, skittering on that kind of line, trying to find your opponent's weak angle, very characteristic of their in-house style.
Yeah, and it's really a combination of a variety of martial arts, some modern, some old. I know they practice a lot of Eskrima up at Lonan and incorporate some of that biomechanical, moving around, fluid motion into very explosive motion, and mixing that in with the old European methods.
And it definitely pays dividends. They show up very strong at just about any tournament you can name.
They are a very winning club. No martial strike there.
Yeah.
Both fighters getting a little bit tired, a little bit sloppy, trying to find each other's range. Penn reaching for those thrusts.
An excellent bit of structure on that cut. Not really enough to overcome the superior position Stevens had there.
Yeah. Luke doing a great job at trying to claw back some wounds here.
Yeah. It's an interesting counterpoint to how you usually see fencers get defensive when they're in the hole. When fencers get defensive, it's just as frequent that they become much more aggressive. Luke here seems to just not be letting Penn gather up and actually launch an assault.
Playing a different game not allowing Penn to come in with his feints and setting up those tricky strikes. Instead, applying that pressure, getting a few hits in through the defense, much like the cornered animal you were talking about earlier.
Indeed.
Luke doing a great job.
You mentioned something earlier about comparing this to Rocco and Reinhold's match, which was a much more careful match, both of them being very careful not to really start exchanges unless they really knew what was going to happen. There's a theory of fence which states that like every second your blades are in contact, you're kind of giving your opponent information and you're reading information from them. These fencers are telling each other so much with every one of these cuts, whereas Reinhold and Rocco told each other nothing.
Absolutely. Yeah, in the bind, you're feeling the sort of pressure that your opponent is giving you. Again, more sloppy blade work from both fencers.
Yeah. They're definitely, I think, both. Penn knows they only need 2 hit or 2 HP to really cinch the fight. I think they're definitely angling for that headshot a little hard. And Luke seems to be aware of just how quickly they could potentially make that back up. But that is a deep target for Penn Miller, bringing it to a victory for Red. Excellent showing by both fencers. Looks like we have William Knudsen and Rocco coming up in the ring here.
William Knudsen.
William Knudsen.
Versus Rokako Sifredi. Rokako Jones, sorry.
All right, yeah.
And this is the last match of this pool.
Yeah.
Now, I want to see William do some great work. Rocco has been making an excellent showing today. We'll see if William has had the chance to learn from the matches before him.
Indeed.
Comes up with a strategy.
I have a feeling he'll be able to really surprise Rocco a couple of times here.
I think that William really needs to use his strength here. Close measure. Don't let Rocco play with those long-range strikes. Get in, stuff the blade, stuff the fencer.
Indeed. And Rocco is also, 8 miles long, so the range advantage is completely nullified right here. Great little back and forth parry riposte exchange there, ending in a low target or a shallow target for Rocco.
Yeah, showing excellent timing there, catching him on his way back out of his cut.
Indeed. Oh,
looks like we have a
small
wound for Rocco. We're calling for a medic.
Indeed, ceremonial first medic call for Tournament of Roses 2026. I'm surprised we don't have a stream overlay for this, actually. Sorry, that was out of line.
How dare you? Unforgivable.
Injuries during fencing are no joke. Tournaments like this do inherently court the risk of sometimes severe injury, sometimes fairly minor ones. As I might have alluded to earlier, it can be fairly frequent how a thrust, a pommel strike, a particularly hard cut can push the mesh of that mask, kind of like a cheese grater almost, into a competitor's face.
Call it getting waffled.
Yeah, it happens to every one of us. It happened to me actually with one of the fencers in this ring some time ago.
Which one?
I'm not going to name names at the moment.
Fair enough. Protect some reputations here.
Indeed. We have, I think, a fairly stringent safety policy this year. We really don't want to be known as, the concussion factory of the Northwest. So we're taking even relatively minor injuries like this extremely seriously.
Yeah, absolutely. As they should be. I mean, look, no matter how much gear you're wearing, you're still swinging steel at each other. There is still always the risk that a hit is going to come in too hard, cause a little bit of injury. Every fencer here has had plenty of bruises, small cuts. It is just the nature of the sport. Any combat sport, you are going to take a little bit of a beating. All of these fencers love each other, though. Nobody wants to hurt their opponent on the other side of the ring. If you hurt all of your opponents, you eventually run out of people that are willing to fence you.
And you run out of tournaments that are willing to harbor you.
Exactly. We got to keep those insurance costs low.
Indeed. I will say I have found in HEMA an eccentric but remarkably loving and deeply abiding group of people. You know, we all slap the bejesus out of each other, but at the end of the day, we all get drinks, we all have fun.
Yes, please.
We're getting some insider information.
Good deal. Awesome.
Thank you, Moses.
So what Rocco's second just came over to tell us is that this was no fault of either of the fighters. This was a small equipment failure. During a strike of blade to blade, one of the blades lost a shard that somehow made its way through the mask, striking Rocco above the eye. He is absolutely okay, but they are switching out both of the swords. Gear is an important part. We check all of the gear before the tournament begins to make sure that everything is as safe as possible. The defensive gear and the offensive gear. In this case, a little bit of something came off of a blade, so we're swapping out the blades. Both fighters are getting back in, ready to go.
That's a first for me in terms of both an injury and equipment failure. I've never seen a bird just fly off of a blade like that, let alone through a mask.
Yeah, you do see blades break in half semi-regularly. You can almost guarantee that it's going to happen at least once per tournament. Elliot the Red, my namesake, being famous for breaking blades quite regularly.
Elliot Robinson, friend to literally everyone in the HEMA scene and bane of all equipment.
Yeah.
He was back in the United States for all of a week a little while back, and in that short time cut one of my elbow guards clean off of my kit.
Incredible.
Yeah. Just goes to show you that whatever can go wrong will go wrong at some point.
Now, it looks like we are getting the benefit of having some pools end a little bit early. We have an extra judge and a glancing blow to the forearm of William. Rocco really taking advantage of his measure there. Like I said, I think William needs to close that gap because Rocco is going to pick him apart.
Indeed. It's the way he just managed to dance around Will's blade right there is pretty commendable. Oh. That was a fun, polite little tap to the forehead right there.
We call that a love bonk. He hit the forearms on the way in. William, of course, going for an after blow, and Rocco saying, "Hey, no, don't do that. Here's a bonk."
Yeah, after blow the after blow.
Exactly.
To assert dominance, naturally. Although that is actually just good tournament practicum in general, is to continue fighting until you are told to stop fighting. Yeah, there we go. There we go. That lows Vercow.
Structure on Williams' thrust there. He needs to make sure that if he does close that gap, he gets contact with that blade and moves it out of the way. Rocco doing a great job deflecting up and hitting him with that Zverkow, another piece of Rocco kit that has worked out really well for him today.
That little Volta Stabile he did right there, my pronunciation is all over the place today, to power that Zverkow is really a little interesting. Technical note, ooh, hitting the Lindy Hop and the Lindy Bonk right onto the head.
William
right
trying to take a page out of Rocco's book, going for that low one-handed strike. Unfortunately, Rocco's so familiar with it, he knows the response. Tap him on the top of the head.
The problem is when you take a page out of the other guy's book, he wrote the book.
Yeah, Rocco takes that match on point differential, doing an excellent job of playing to his measure.
Indeed.
William not quite able to come up with a strategy to defeat. I mean, a former gold medalist, it's a challenging opponent either way. William doing a great job, though, showing some grit, trying to get some work done.
And getting a point off of him is not an easy thing to do. Rocco has the benefit of experience, the benefit of time in the saddle on this, and that can really prove decisive. Looks like we're setting up for our next pool here.
Yeah, the
Got a
end
little
of pool 1. Rocco doing a great job that entire pool. I'm really excited to see how he does in the next pool we see him in. Reinhold, surprising, doing also a great job. Looking forward to seeing how he goes for the rest of the day. Any other fencers you're excited to see?
I think you summed it up right there. I mean, I firmly believe we're going to see Penn represented in some further capacity in the tournament. It really excited. They did display kind of an ability to lock in on what their opponents were doing. What we have is, I think, 3 front runners coming out of this pool with massively distinct styles. You have Reinhold just as this picture of patience and poise.
Smooth, almost mechanical, very solid parries. Not a ton of frenetic blade work, really posting up. I'm looking forward to seeing how he performs against more of the sort of long-range, skippy, multiple different angles of attack sort of fighting.
Yeah, you can see that the tools Rocco deploys are tools that Rocco is immensely comfortable with. That little Volta Stabile into this Vercow when someone's trying to overrun him is something he has honed into a fine edge. That little leg shot, even as you noted, that little post-tempo bonk as an afterblow. These are just things that seem mechanical to him. So I think that will take him very far. And I honestly just really hope we see more of these fencers coming out. It was a joy to watch them fight.
Absolutely. Yeah, I really liked seeing Rocco drive people into his areas of excellence, right? Making sure that they have to commit to a thrust where he knows that he can push their blade up and hit him with that Zverkow, just building a tool set that no matter what the situation is, he can come out with something to win.
Well, and that Rising Zverk is something I just love. It's a part of my own toolkit that I really like to bring out, and it is just such an elegant response to someone trying to run over you.
Yeah.
Right? If someone gets frustrated playing a rangy game, you keep taking their hands, you keep, landing thrust or getting leg shots, they will eventually just try to deny you the privilege of a sword fight and just jump on you. At which point, you can just play their ribs like a little cartoon xylophone.
Youch.
Yeah, get him to hit the Tom Jones screen.
Yeah, I've been hitting the ribs by my namesake, Elliot Robinson, a couple of times, and didn't like a single one of them.
No, there's the padding, the plastrons, they all do an excellent job of mitigating the actual harm of these hits. But that percussive force still comes through.
Yeah.
And, the torso doesn't really like being roundly battered around the ribs. It's where all your organs live.
So true. So true.
So true, bestie.
Which is why it's a great place to go for with a sword.
Exactly.
It's where all the organs are.
Yeah. Just get them in the organs. Just like, I don't know, Fiore says. Once again, like to thank everyone for tagging into the stream. If you have people you're looking out for, fighters you specifically want to watch, just give them a shout out. As things pick up here, we're going to start seeing some real interesting play. Having a little bit.
I believe we are going to see pool 6.
Yeah, we got pool 6 coming up here.
So this is going to be Isaiah Hollingsworth from IFG, Andrew Sherman from Masterless Fencing, Mark Olson from BSF.
Oh no, my lack of knowledge is showing.
I don't think that is Bridge City Flades.
Bridge Sidey Fighters? I don't know, man.
Bridge Side Fighters.
Yeah, there you go. They're the Bridge Side
Honestly.
Fighters.
And Garrett Bray from VHH.
Ooh, these are clubs that I am not familiar with, although I have seen BSF around. I feel contrite for not having their name locked down. I'm going to do a little bit of research right here. You might notice Isaiah Hollingsworth's name if you were at SoCal Sword Fight this last spring. Isaiah took home gold in the Tier B Longsword category. Great fighter, fantastic person. Really looking forward to see how they fight here. And I believe if we can switch over our camera here soon, we will... Can we get the...
Okay, I believe that BSF is the Blackfriars School of Fencing. Fascinating. And then... All right. We've got our first match. Garrett Gray on the right versus Isaiah Hollingsworth on the left.
We missed our first little bit of the exchange right there, but it looks like it was a hit scored by Isaiah. One might even say by Isaiah.
How dare you?
I dare.
All right, a hit to a deep target there.
Yeah,
for
starting
Isaiah.
off. Isaiah has a very...
Oh, a committed thrust.
Yeah, starting that exchange off quick. Isaiah has a very characteristic style. Very, very flexible, very capable of utilizing their reach, kind of coiling those limbs of theirs like a spring. I expect to see some really great play out of this match in general.
And we're going to see another 2 wounds on Garrett.
That's the thing. It's certain fencers, like we saw with Rocco, if they can start off by just drilling in like a thrust to the torso or a cut to the head right off the bat, they will do so.
Yeah, strong early fencing from Isaiah. Yep. Amazing that exchange went on as long as it did.
Really?
I saw at least 3 or 4 martially significant strikes there. I don't know who hit first. I saw a really great thrust to the body from Isaiah and what looked like a cut to the head from Garrett.
Yeah, definitely a little brawly right there. I do like the cut that seemed to have gotten scored was Isaiah's cut around Bray's hanging parry, which was a very deep hanging parry, kind of leaving the arm exposed.
Yeah, fascinating exchange. Obviously, judges working hard to figure out what happened. They don't have the benefit of slow motion replay like we occasionally do. So they're working off of real-time information, and those swords are moving fast. You can all see it. It's incredibly difficult to know who hit who and when, and they still do such a great job of it.
Yeah, I got to give a shout-out to the judges right here, judge volunteers. Incredible. These are the people that actually make the tournament run. Can't have a tournament without scores, and you can't have scores without judges. It is always, as a competitor, as a spectator, even as a director sometimes, it is important to maintain sort of an overflowing well of grace for people who are actually taking their time to come and judge a tournament.
Okay, they're giving a warning to Isaiah about the back of the head and to Garrett, just making sure that everybody's fencing safely. Isaiah with a big step in, batting away the blade. Garrett going for that Spherical. Isaiah landing a extremely well-structured thrust. That is going to be the match.
Yeah, that ties up the score pretty neatly right there. I said it before, I love those rising thrusts, just kind of coming up out of the depths, as it were.
Yeah, and you could see Garrett's head snap back there. It was delivered with excellent accuracy, structure, and control.
Indeed. That was a pretty quick match right there. Good showings from both fencers. Fortunately for Garrett, Isaiah can just be an absolute monster in the ring occasionally.
Yeah, a beautiful. You see the way he drags his rear foot along. Landing a beautiful thrust.
I've
nothing more to say.
Had plenty of time to admire his footwork when he uses it to just completely end my shit in the ring, stuff in the ring.
I love the fit on our gold fencer here.
Yeah.
With the green checked pattern.
We have the scorecard on our monitor.
Isaiah fighting back to back.
Yeah.
Taking no opportunity for break. Of course, when fighters do fight back to back, they give them an opportunity to rest for a few minutes at least. Isaiah cleaning that match up so fast he doesn't need it. We're going to see him go against Andrew Sherman in Masterless Fencing.
Oh, Andrew is a good fencer, someone I've seen around these tournaments quite a bit. We are going to definitely see a lot of hard work for both fencers here. I think that was a wheeling strike from Isaiah to the top.
I did really appreciate how Andrew pushed Isaiah's blade above his head. It looked like he had a Spheric that didn't quite land on the arm, and Isaiah responded
Indeed.
very well.
Yeah. Looks like our scorecard for this match is lagging just a little bit. That will be resolved momentarily, I assure you. All right.
There we go. Isaiah Hollingsworth, Andrew Sherman. They did give that deep target clean strike to Isaiah, so they said that Zverkow from Andrew did not land.
Indeed. Though it looks like we are giving a shallow target to Andrew here. All right. Got a big yawn from Ben there in the background. I know you'll watch this later, and I got you.
We were all up early today.
All right. That momentous crash into the center line right there. There is a lot of force behind those thrusts.
Yeah. Both
Neither
fighters defensive, making sure that blade didn't strike, but Isaiah getting the better of the exchange there.
Indeed. You can tell that both fencers are extremely wary about giving up the center. Oh, and that looks like that thrust plants directly into Isaiah's mask. All right. All right. That's 2 wounds from Isaiah right there.
And we do hear the director giving us a 6-7.
I swear to God. Believe that gives Andrew Sherman a single-point lead right here.
Isaiah playing with range there, wheeling around. Looked like Andrew got a shot on his way in.
Yeah. That seemed inconclusive from my angle. Definitely solid contact from both fencers. I'm not sure if that hit on the way in was...
Now, the score that we're seeing on the screen is not quite accurate. We're
Indeed.
still getting it set up for this pool.
Yeah, you definitely see Sherman dialing in his strategy against Isaiah here, kind of reading that responsive attack. When you see a certain club name or terms like seize the vor, this is kind of what it refers to. Sherman is dictating the tempo at which this fight happens. When he makes that first attack, he knows where Isaiah's second follow-up is going to happen. Like that.
Yeah, not letting Isaiah play too much with the measure, getting into range, defending beautifully.
And we see a cross
Catching
guard getting
the
stuck
hilt.
there.
The cross guard to the glove. No clean martial strikes there, according to the judges.
That was a beautiful exchange, and I do think both fencers really defended themselves quite well.
Yeah.
Yep.
As
There we
much
go.
as we like to see those beautiful clean attacks land, I also love to see great defensive work from the fencers, you know, trading parries, ripostes, parries in interesting tempos. It's always a pleasure to watch.
And you can kind of see what I'm talking about here again. That last exchange, Sherman kind of seemed to know where Isaiah's cuts were going to happen before they actually happened. And, an excellent leg cut from Isaiah right there.
Yeah, fainted high there, cut down to the leg. No response from Andrew.
Been seeing a lot of those sort of percolate through Indes lately. A lot of people sort of baiting the hands high, unloading to the thigh or the knee. Very, very cool to see in practice.
That is very much a Dashel special, I believe. He's hit me with that at least 100 times.
Ooh, an excellent controlled thrust. Did you see the bend on that blade?
Gorgeous.
Yeah, that was...
Planted it, and there is definitely an argument to be made that he did have control of Isaiah's sword there.
I would say that thrust was definitely made in opposition to the blade. Control can be dependent. And at times arbitrary.
Isaiah in dire straits here. Needs to
Indeed.
claw back some points. With a clean hit to the head, that'll do it.
That is what I love to see right there.
Heard the noise of that helmet from all the way over here in the Mojave.
Oh, yeah. Gotta love that. Not letting Andrew really pull him into these overwrought parry riposte exchanges where he just seems to be able to read Isaiah's attacks. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Taking that initiative, making sure that he can't tee up his second and third intentions.
We have our first double.
Never mind. I retract everything I just said. That was sloppy, 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 and I want both fencers in the dungeon.
Horrible fencing. Coming in, feint, cut around.
Yeah.
Both fighters cutting
sorry,
around to
I,
opposite sides.
Lost my composure there for a second.
I did not catch who hit who.
Yeah, that definitely reflects what I saw right there.
That is unfortunately going to be the match. Andrew Sherman is going to
Indeed.
take it.
If Isaiah had been able to ward off that first hit, he would have had a fantastic strike to the top of the head, an open inside line on Andrew. As it is, getting a fighter like Andrew down to 3 points is an accomplishment.
Impressive, certainly.
Indeed. Excellent performance by Andrew. I think that was some of my favorite fencing I've seen so far, although I'm certain I'm going to say that for every pool by this point.
Every match I find a new favorite exchange.
Indeed.
All right, so we do have, looks like Andrew Sherman is going to come back for a back-to-back match. He is going to take an opportunity to rest. And he'll be going up against Mark Olson from the Blackfriars School of Fence. Do you know anything about this club?
I actually do not. I've seen their name around. I know, I wouldn't say I know. I believe they had some people present at SoCal as well, although, once again, who doesn't? I'm sure they have some monster I have just heard of again and again hiding out in their roster somewhere.
All right. Looks like this club is fighting out of San Luis Obispo, California. So making quite the journey up to Portland for a good showing.
Indeed. Appreciate everyone traveling in from so far out of state, whether you be from, relatively close Seattle, California, even the Midwest. We are all happy to have you, all happy that you made the journey out to beautiful sunny Portland, although our summer seems to have been put temporarily on hold just for this event. Getting a little rain out there.
All right, both fighters are ready to go.
Indeed, Andrew seems to have taken his rest, got a little goodwill at the start of the match, and then it is down to business.
Hugs are back in fashion after Rocco's out. A fool's guard from Andrew.
Indeed. Mark playing a much more conservative kind of modern fencing. Heard it described to as a von Flugenort, kind of a point-up guard held near the torso or the hip, sort of possessing all the properties of Vomtag, Longgort, and Flug at the same time. And an excellent little series of feints to Andrew's hand right there.
Yeah, Mark hitting what looked like 3 different feints, drawing Andrew's blade into the wrong position so he could just tap the hands.
You can see that sort of defensive instinct that really helped Andrew against Isaiah previously kind of worked against him right there. An excellent little Zverkow to the ribs.
Interesting thrust attempt there from Andrew. I think even if he had committed to that, it was going above Mark Olson's head. And of course, he lost the plot a little bit, held his blade there while Mark came underneath, struck to the body.
Obviously, I don't live in the fencer's head. I think that might have just kind of been an attempt to enter the bind strongly, but without a real threat behind it, that kind of attempt doesn't really carry too much weight.
Yeah.
Very interesting looking back on the previous match, how Red Fencer Isaiah sort of started every match extremely strongly, and Andrew was able to turn that momentum into sort of energy to control that tempo. Without someone crashing in on him, it seems like there's not a whole lot of energy going into the system for him right now.
Yeah, both of these fighters approaching a little bit more cautiously, meeting in the middle.
Ooh, looks like a blow after right there.
Yeah, both strikes to the shallow targets of the arms. One calling it a double, one calling it a blow after blow, and one calling it a clean shot, so they're going to wipe that exchange.
An abundance of caution by the director there, always appreciated. Okay. Once again, that sort of cut ending with the point. It's an exploratory attack for sure. It's ending in what I would call similar to like a position similar to Vadi's frontale or whatnot, ending well above the opponent's head, sort of inviting them to try to take the knock right there.
Yeah, Mark Olson coming in with an interesting stance and then self-calling before a judge even calls a halt, saying, yeah, he hit me in the hand.
There seemed like there were two scoring actions there that weren't called. Great honor from both fencers.
Yeah. The score is 8-4. Mark Olson's got 8 HP. Andrew has 4.
Indeed. Olson proving a decent foil to Sherman's formerly kind of implacable style.
That was some great fencing there. Action, counteraction. Great defensive fencing from Mark. He's going to get a clean shot on the shallow target.
Indeed. He does just seem to be kind of coolly advancing into these exchanges and just kind of just cleanly responding to whatever Andrew is doing.
He does have the advantage of being fresh.
Ooh.
Again, another strange committed thrust from Andrew. I'm not seeing a lot of structure behind those. He could put a little more force into it and drive that tip in, but Mark doing a great job responding, getting the blade above his head and cutting to the body, giving him the match.
And that is match for Mark Olson. An interesting, those are lingering with me a little bit, those exploratory thrusts, sort of almost like he's intentionally pulling them above his opponent's head. It seems almost like he's trying to preload a Zverkow, but waiting just a little too long to see what his opponent's reaction is going to be.
Yeah, I think if you're going to get that deep into your opponent's measure, you have to have a tool on target.
All right, we appear to be doing back-to-backs on this this pool quite a bit right here. Our wonderful little tech priest seems to have abandoned us for the moment, so I'm going to try to operate his machinery.
I would recommend against that. It is too complicated for your feeble mind.
That is fair. I am very dumb. This is known.
My mind is leave it to the Adeptus Mechanicus. The machine spirit does not respect you.
That's, I don't respect me either, so it all works out. Either way, we once again have Mark Olson running back-to-back in our red corner. Our gold corner, if we can pull up HEMA scorecard on our end.
Yes, this is going to be, let me see here, Garrett. Yeah, Mark Olson versus Garrett Bray from Valley's Heart HEMA.
Valley's Heart is our southern neighbor here in Portland, down in Philomath, Oregon, near Corvallis.
Exploratory blade work here.
Indeed. Looks like a rising cut of, I would argue, perhaps dubious quality to Mark's hands.
Yeah,
but a hit's a hit.
The tap, but
right now it is Mark Olson and Garrett.
Yeah. Mark Olson coming in here with a very upright stance, then spreading, trying to displace his opponent's blade. A little too quick from Garrett.
Indeed.
Oh, but they saw Mark land a strike in that exchange.
All right, then.
So that's one wound to each fighter so far.
No, it's going on right now. All right.
committed
Ooh.
thrust attempt from Garrett there.
That was a pretty hefty chop to the leg right there too.
Yeah. Director deliberating.
Always a hard job to direct a fight.
I would never volunteer for it.
I've never done so in anything aside from a small, like, casual in-house tournament, but the cognitive load you're dealing with is a lot. You feel burnt out even after just a couple pools.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, I did not see anything land with any martial quality there.
Indeed. I saw a
And
tip.
looks like most of our judges don't either.
Yeah, I mean, once again, an abundance of caution is appreciated. I would like to see points called instead of not.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I do, however, agree that hand cut, although a little on the slow side, did have enough rotation to present a credible threat.
With an excellent afterblow to the body from Mark,
Indeed.
but that'll be one wound each.
Indeed. Keeping the scores neck and neck down to 6 and 6 on each side.
Great even match.
Indeed.
Both fighters trying to figure out each other's strategy.
All right. Ooh, looks like that
Oh.
thrust snuck in around the outside of Mark's blade right there.
Yeah.
I would even say that afterblow was definitely out of tempo.
I agree. Really great footwork from Garrett there. You see he's extremely light on his feet, but planted into that thrust just long enough to make contact before getting back out of range.
An
or
interesting,
attempting to.
an interesting note on style, too, is that I almost thought that thrust seemed uncertain, but I think what's happening there is he's keeping the angle that it's coming in on loose until he really manages to lock in where
Yeah,
his opponent's
winding
blade
in.
is.
Exactly.
Not often that you see those thrusts come in along the outside of your opponent's blade, too. That's really beautiful to see.
Mark getting a little bit of response there with a shallow
Ooh.
cut. Oh.
And an excellent cut to the forearm right there. That perfect little wheeling cut out of a hanging guard.
Yeah, great response and got his blade into a great position to defend any possible afterblow.
Truly.
Both of these fighters doing a great job keeping it even, keeping it clean.
Indeed. Little deliberation with one of our judges right here. This is a pretty even match overall, I would say, and this pool has already surprised me a couple times.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just see one fencer right out of the gate just sort of starting to dominate every match, but we kind of have almost like a rock, paper, scissors thing here where, like, you know, Andrew beats Isaiah, then Mark beats Andrew, then Garrett beats Mark. It's kind of like a personal styles countering each other.
Yeah, a little bit of rock, paper, scissors action happening, sort of round robin victory. Nobody showing to be completely dominant in this pool. We do have a reminder from the director to both fencers to watch out for the force. That was a strong blow to the arm guard.
This is why I will always encourage wearing arm guards at tournaments. They're technically not mandatory at most of them, but you just never know when that force is going to
I did see a
escalate.
strike land to the body, and it looks like the fighter is confirming that's going to be a clean blow to a deep target. Now, self-calling, a little bit of a controversial topic in tournament settings, but everybody showing a lot of sportsmanship today.
I will personally never stop self-calling, and I will always encourage other fencers to do it.
Interesting Vom Tog guard from Mark there.
Yeah. You can kind of see a lot of the confidence Mark had coming in against Andrew in the last match has seemed to evaporate a little bit in the face of Garrett's ability to just kind of start exchanges pretty strongly.
Yeah, and Garrett's blade work is so quick. Any moment of hesitation from Mark, Garrett's wheeling around and getting those strikes. That's how he's gotten a lot of those shallow hits and kept it so even.
Indeed. Ooh, but it looks like that was an excellent cut down the blade right into the head. Now that is a man who came in with a plan right there.
Drawing the blade up and making a crosswise cut straight to the face, but with excellent control, it didn't cause any sort of real damage.
Indeed, that was...
And this is a tight match.
Could go either way right now. Ooh, super fast blade work, and it looks like a little tap.
After prodding attacks, I saw a shallow hit from Garrett trying to even up that score.
Yes, I agree.
And
yeah, looking at our replay right here. Yep, right to the hand. Wrapped him on the knuckle. That's the danger of kind of pushing your hanging guards out, playing from an extended point mid-exchange, is you really leave your hands open. Oh.
At least 2 small cuts to the body there from Mark, but Garrett did seem to land a responsive blow, so they're going to say no agreement. They want to get this last exchange right.
We want a photo finish on this one. And that seemed to be a hand shot, though my view was obstructed. I can't say from who.
Let's see if we can get a replay of that.
That looked like it was Mark, personally. Just from the angle, but...
Mark is going to take the victory with that small, very precise cut to the hand.
Indeed. Really down to the wire. That could have gone either way.
Excellent work by both fencers. Such an even match. No doubles. Great fencing from both fighters.
Yeah, that is the kind of scoreboard I love to see.
And we are going to see Garrett fighting again. I believe that this pool only has 4 fighters, which is why we're seeing such a rotation. Ideally, we want to see no back-to-back matches, give everybody time to rest, but with only 4 fighters, in order to cycle them, you sort of have to.
Indeed.
So we're going to see Andrew Sherman versus Garrett Bray here.
All right, time for Garrett's, or it's Garrett's turn in the hot seat here.
Yeah, let's see if we can keep the round robin.
Wait, no, I like round rose.
round rose. Well, it's the Rose City Tournament of Roses.
Yeah.
Roses are on the mind.
Yeah, you know. It's still June, too. It's like the month of roses for us.
Yeah.
So, looks like we have Andrew and Garrett teeing up here. Personally, when I am competing, I don't particularly mind being in back-to-back as long as I get to catch my breath. It's always nice to kind of knock out as many of your pools or your matches as quickly as possible, kind of get that stress behind you.
Yeah. And ride that adrenaline wave.
Oh, for sure.
As long as possible. You know, once you spend enough time outside of a match, your adrenaline dumps, you start getting jittery. I remember my first tournament. I cried.
I'm not laughing at you. I'm commiserating.
Just from the dump, no emotional activity happening. Just a lot of hormones going on.
Oh, for sure, for sure. I mean, competing, especially in something where you are also risking injury and pain. It's an emotional
committed
experience.
Thrust, diving into measure. Wound away by Garrett. Andrew responding with a winding, wheeling cut. Looks like the director thought it was to the back of the head.
I think that landed to the shoulder, kind of the traps. But always an abundance of caution is fantastic. Yeah, there we go.
Both wheeling around in that bind, and Andrew just breaking away for a second there to get the strike. We'll see if they count it as it was a prohibited strike.
It seems like we're really kind of breaking away from the traditional competitive HEMA stereotype. Not too much tip-tappy kind of middle range bouncing right now. We actually have wheeling, winds, cuts through the bind. It's really a delight to see.
The old masters would be proud.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they'd also be proud that there's a bar on premises.
Both fighters here showing off their guard transitions.
Oh, yeah.
Their Meyer and Fiore guards, demonstrating exactly our point.
Exactly. All right, here we go. Galloping into measure right there.
Another strong attempt to thrust a grapple. He caught the sword on the way in. A beautiful exchange.
Oh my God, that warms my heart. Both fighters did continue fighting after the judge or after the director called halt. It's hard to hear in that gear. It's hard to hear through adrenaline. But
especially when you're colliding with each other, it's a lot of noise.
Ooh, almost ending in a half sword. There we go. Yeah, we're in it now. I think there might have
Cutting
been.
in with trading Ferox, trading wheeling cuts.
Oh, this is a delight to watch. I saw a handful of scoring action there during that second press to Crone. I would be hard-pressed to score that cleanly, though.
Yeah. Both fencers are going to suffer one wound for that.
I fully believe that should be the case, though I cannot overstate just how much I love watching these two fight.
And there we see a little bit of a return to that sort of meta style of fighting, reaching at the end of his measure for that shallow hit.
Indeed.
Trying to get one clean point.
Always useful. I mean, especially when you've kind of given it your all. Those big grappling exchanges are exhausting. They're dangerous.
Giving yourself an opportunity to rest by just getting a quick, easy exchange done.
Ooh, and a wonderful sort of departure from that midline cutting exchange right to the thigh.
Yeah. Andrew doing a great job playing to measure here. After those two committed thrusts crashing to Crone, brawling out until it was called, now playing at the far end of the measure, taking an opposite approach and getting a lot of value out of it.
Yeah. Once again, going right back to that little flicking cut to the forearm right there. You can kind of tell they might both be a little gun shy on those big explosive grappling exchanges after two of them really kind of failed to get scored.
Yeah.
I can't really throw stones on that. I love my grapples, and they do not always return results in tournaments, so...
It's so hard to see once the two fighters come together. You know,
Indeed.
if you're looking for those clean points, playing to the judges.
Now that was a meaty Zverkow out of that bind.
Yeah, catching Garrett trying to grab at his blade with a strong Zverkow.
Beautiful to see right there.
Now, I will say it looked to me like Garrett's arm was in the way of that Zverkow, but they are going to call that a deep target.
I think it struck both arm and head right there.
We'll see right here.
Yep.
We see him flick around. Yeah, and you are absolutely right. It did deflect off of the shoulder into the head.
Yeah. That is always a cut I am so scared of making in tournament contexts. That is such an easy yellow card to score, but it looks like Andrew is very good at moderating his force.
Yeah, both fighters showing excellent control. Even in a really difficult situation, it's really easy to put a little too much force in when you're so close together. You can't exactly see where your opponent is. Now, Andrew going to wave off the point, not feeling like he had any quality on that cut.
What a class act right there.
Much easier to do when you're 5 points ahead.
Yeah, it's, you know, I will always applaud self-calls. I will always applaud people denying quality. It can appear a little cocky from time to time.
Just occasionally. Both fighters fighting much more cautiously.
Ooh.
Now, a planted thrust to the chest met with a planted slice
That
to the
seems-
body. They are going to call that a double.
Yeah, that's, I will say, you know, if we're looking at this as a representation of actual real-life stabbing dudes with swords, one of these seems a little worse to deal with than the other.
Yeah.
But
Andrew's thrust to the chest definitely landing with a lot more authority.
ooh, looks like a Zornhau coming in from Garrett onto the top of Andrew's head, I would say. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there, friend.
No, not at all. Another double.
Oh.
Two doubles in two exchanges. One more will end this match with a loss for both. We should see both fighters become much more cautious, much more willing to defend themselves here.
Indeed. All right.
Switching guards is Garrett.
Ooh, there we go.
Yeah,
Another one of those
Andrew.
flicking cuts to the forearm.
Going for that long measure, clean cut.
You can see both fencers kind of visibly chastened a little bit by those doubles. The reality that a mutual loss is hanging over your head, the literal worst result for both your and your opponent's score, does do a lot to kind of add Little sobriety to the exchange.
Absolutely.
Kind of pulls you out of that adrenaline hole.
Nobody diving in anymore. That looked like a blow after blow, deflecting his prodding cut, cutting into the body. Didn't defend himself, at least to my eyes, from Garrett's response, but the judges didn't quite see it or didn't judge it to be equality, so they're going to give that to Andrew, which should be the match.
Yeah, there we go. I'll say from my perspective that looked like one of my favorite little toys to deploy. Engaging the blade, forcing a hard commitment, and then while they're still recovering, trying not to overextend, you just drop the blade into their thigh.
And that slow motion did prove me wrong. It didn't look like there was any sort of response. And exactly what you said, a great job from Andrew getting into the bind, fooling Garrett into overcommitting to the wrong action, hitting him with a little cut to the midsection.
Indeed. Looks like we have Garrett going toe-to-toe with Isaiah here. If Isaiah defeats Garrett here, this will just prove my rock, paper, scissors hypothesis correct.
A series of parries and ripostes from both fighters. That looked to me like Garrett was the cleanest hit, but no agreement from the judges.
Indeed. Oh, fuck, yeah, wait, that's Mark Olson. I apologize. Mark, if you're watching this later for posterity, I called you Garrett. You're a scary-looking guy. Please do not hit me. This is Mark Olson and Isaiah Hollingsworth.
It was just the sides. The sides threw me off.
Yeah, the sides. The sun was in my eyes.
Yeah. We're in the desert.
I didn't get enough sleep today.
Our Bedouin is a little too dark.
Yeah. The sand was very comfy, though, I will admit.
All right, looks like we have a blow to a deep target from Mark with an after blow from Isaiah.
Indeed. All right. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, we see Isaiah coming in a little bit more aggressively, making committed attacks at the edge of his range before Mark can get in and start setting anything up. Mark did look to me like he got a little afterblow there, but I liked how Isaiah was ready with that responsive wheel cut over the left side.
They're calling that as a deep target as well. Now that's inspired. All right. Ooh, God, that is...
Using the exact same entry and response with a strong committed attack, using the force of the defense to wheel his blade back up towards the head. Obviously, the first one hits, so that's the one that counts, but great job from Isaiah being ready for the exchange to continue.
Indeed. You can kind of see Isaiah... You mentioned during the fight earlier how one of the fencers kind of was doing these thrusts that seemed to end in indeterminate points.
Yeah.
You can kind of see Isaiah doing the same thing, starting the exchange strongly and trying to observe what the next result will be or what the next response will be.
But with that main difference of having his point be on target instead of somewhere a foot or two above the head.
And you can see just how more effective it is when you are actually... when you are actually presenting a threat, although that was once again a great defensive game by Olson right there.
Yeah, he definitely got the first bit of action there. Isaiah doing a great job getting the afterblow to the top of the head, but needs to prioritize defending that first strike.
Indeed. An interesting note, now that I'm looking at the replay, is the way Isaiah's lateral cut would have found the hands had Mark not been voiding out of that exchange already.
Yeah.
Excellent use of footwork to control measure.
I'm also really enjoying Isaiah's footwork, showing that very classical Meyer-esque stance, deep lunges, very stable stance.
But also very springy at the same time. You can tell he's really ready to leap all over the place when he needs to. That was a very nice little tap to the head. Once again, displaying sort of the danger of a hanging guard every now and then. You really need to make sure you're actually putting your sword over your head.
Yeah. Presenting a threat.
Yeah. Ooh, baby.
That will probably need a warning for excessive force, but a phenomenal ribbon cut, I think it's called, displacing the blade and then cutting around. Exceptionally quick blade work from Isaiah.
The flat angle on that was really beautiful as well. Just good. I would say a pretty decent amount of force to it. It's kind of hard to come off of those rotational cuts without a bit of speed on the blade.
Yeah.
And I think the saving grace for that kind of thing is that they generally, unless it's like a Zverkow to the side of the head where someone's really putting their hips into it, is that they don't tend to land with a ton of structure.
Yeah. And they're not going to call any excessive force. They thought that was landed controlled, and I trust the judges. They're a little closer.
Indeed. And I believe that is a shallow target from red, which cinches this for Isaiah.
Which does confirm the theory of rock, paper, scissors in this pool.
I have never been happier to be right. That was a wonderful fight to watch.
Excellent work from all of our fencers so far, I think. That is
All right.
it
Good work there.
for this pool.
A lot of striped pants over in that corner. And some plaid, too, I suppose.
So we are going to have another pool coming up here, pool 11.
Indeed. This is the end of the pool. I'm going to excuse myself for a drink of water very quickly, leaving my intrepid anchor here on his lonesome in the Sahara.
How could you? How dare you?
You want me to get you anything? No. Okay.
Up in this next pool, we're going to have several fighters.
What? Oh, no. I just excused myself to get water.
No, I know, but your camera's live.
And now we see Peter making a grand fool of himself, going to get us some water. What a sweetheart. Our next set of pools, we're going to have Christian Collis, Cody Patey, Tyler Norton, Isaiah Baxter, Jordan Thompson, and that is it. I'll see if I can pull up what club everybody's from. So pool 11, we have Jordan Thompson from EF HEMA, Christian Collis from Masterless Fencing, Cody Patey from Bridge City Blades, Tyler Norton from SDS, and Isaiah Baxter from LAHF. I will make sure to find out what all of those club names are and get those to you.
That's a perfect amount of time. It's all coming together. You get your display window back. Thank Christ.
They took our display window in the divorce, but we are back now. All right.
You want to put your mic?
Yeah, that'd be fantastic. I was just dying of thirst there for a second. All right, we are back. Got cameras on, waiting for our next pools to convene here. Looks like pools just finished for the entire venue. And as Joe Calistro, the Duchess, the leader of our intrepid band, has previously clarified, we are not running our pools sequentially. They are on a schedule. So we are just waiting for the entire venue to reset.
Just make
I wanted to have my face blocked by the microphone. Thank you very much.
I should have brought a hair tie.
No, the long and wild look is beautiful. It's
Hell yeah.
gorgeous. It's
I did use a
Primal.
leave-in conditioner today. Primal. I like that.
all right. Thank you, Henry Curran. LAHF is the Lost Arts of Historical Fencing out of Bozeman, as in Bozeman,
Oh.
Montana.
Is that perhaps where our old friend Emerson ended up? I know he emigrated out to Bozeman not too long ago.
I don't know if he ended up in a city.
So
I know
much
that
as
Montana only has one or two, I think.
I am aware that Montana is actually around 4 houses in a loose plot together.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. There's one red light in the entire state.
and when that thing turns red, oh God help you.
The traffic jams are unbelievable.
I grew up in a small town in Minnesota, and actually, when a red light on the main road turned red the next town over, we would get traffic. It was pretty bad. We'd always joke like, "Oh, looks like the light turned red in Monticello," and one day we actually went out there and it was red.
Amazing.
Yeah, small town America is a treat, as I'm sure we are all aware here in the PNW, where every town is a small town.
It's something special.
Indeed.
Hey, you know, not to get off of the topic of fencing, but have you seen Obsession?
I went to see that a couple weeks ago, and
Yeah.
I was watching it in one of those really nice kind of Cinemark theaters where we had, you know, the really nice big.
Recliners.
Yeah. I was shrimped up into the corner of that thing for like 3/4 of that movie. I felt nauseous. That was one of the scariest movies I've seen in a long time.
It is extremely spooky. Curry Barker, Indy Navarrete, phenomenal work. Just in case one of them happens to be watching, I love you both.
Yeah. If I just have a lot of good to say about that movie. It was terrifying for both personal and more abstract reasons. Just truly a fantastic time.
Lee, look at Juggernaut over here. That is a beefy Gambison.
That is. Oh, he's got the astronaut collar.
Yeah.
So what is that? Like that's like the 10-kill streak. You get to be the Juggernaut.
Yeah, pretty sure he is prepared to defuse a bomb. Now, we have Pool 11 coming up, which will be directed, it looks like, by Joe Calistro.
Indeed.
Our president. Oh, captain, my captain.
Indeed. That is the Duchess of Indes right there.
Going over a little bit of nuance of the rules with the fighters.
Appears to just kind of be like gently rubbing a fetter over some guy.
Honestly, he could gently rub his fetter over me any day.
Do we have any particular like hard lines for language on this stream?
We are certainly not regulated by the FCC, so
Excellent.
no.
Which means I'm going to make sweeping and broad political statements, and no one can stop me.
O.J. Simpson did it, for sure.
You know, I even if he didn't, I'm pretty sure the book is pretty telling on that one, to be honest. I
Yeah,
think we should
really.
probably just run that one back.
Who releases that book? Unbelievable.
What a victory lap. That's like a case that's just before my time, and it's one of those moments where, like, I heard about it constantly as a kid.
Yeah.
Remember how this is a fencing tournament? Oh my God, this man's coming in with Welch's fruit snacks.
Thank you, Patrick, for the snacks.
Oh my God, that's Patrick, one of the affectionately named club dads, coming in to bring these over. Sort of the club uncle, goes by the professor. Wonderful guy. Patrick, if you're watching this, I never said any of that, and I am gonna hunt you.
Specifically, not an an uncle.
Yeah, not an
For
unk.
the younger group out there.
Potentially washed, but definitely not chopped. All right. Looks like we have our fencers coming together.
All right. Our first match is going to be Cody Patey of Bridge City Blades versus Christian Collins of Masterless Fencing.
This is going to be a
Despite
fun
what
match.
Your screen might be telling you, neither of those people are Elliot Cosgrove or Peter Beard.
If you stick around, Elliot and I will be throwing down in the ring.
I mean, I'd be happy to.
Yeah.
Personally.
We will be partially clothed.
Well, you might be.
Okay. One of us will be partially clothed.
Some of us are going to be covered in oil.
Oh, no, the oil's non-negotiable. I will also be covered in oil.
Fair enough.
Just also oily denim.
Very exciting.
Indeed.
That sounds like it would chafe. Andy Plymate, thanks for joining. We're so sorry not to see you here, but hope you're doing well. Patrick Grimes, announcers are off the rails. That's not true at all. The rails are just going in a different direction than you thought.
Yeah. You don't know where this train is going, friend. And I don't think we even have a conductor by this point, if we're being honest.
Speaking of Turkish wrestling, have you ever seen the Indian mud wrestling?
I have, actually.
It's very, very similar, less oily, more frictioned. Andy at a wedding. Well, hey, give our best wishes to the bride and groom. But here we're going to see our next match start. Cody versus Christian, both in white.
Indeed.
Oh.
An incredibly aggressive move, but that doesn't seem to help when the opponent's blade is stuck in your mask.
Yeah, Cody sprinting in to begin the engagement, and Christian responding by just sticking his sword out, catching right under the overlay of the mask, holding him away. Indeed. Incredible accuracy from Christian there.
Though it seems like we are scoring the deep target from Cody on the way in. Oh, so Cody's on the right?
Sorry.
That made sense. I thought the guy in plaid looked way more familiar than the guy not. Worth noting, these are both relatively local clubs. Masterless is, I believe, down in Lane County, Oregon. Bridge City Blades shares the city of Portland with us here in Indes. Very excited to see both of these fencers.
And we do love our good friends Bridge City Blades, often practicing at Irving Park. Great park. Definitely check them out.
Indeed.
Again, coming in a little more cautious this time and with a well-placed cut. That sounded like it was to the arms, but they're going to call that a double first of the match.
Yeah, that definitely, I think, struck a double tempo right there. They see an argument for an afterblow, but all right, here we go.
Very interesting approach here from Christian, leaning into the left, circling around.
Almost strains of Lonin in that approach, but less constant attacks. A wonderful little flat cut to the hand right there. Almost didn't make it.
Feint to the right, cut to the left at the very edge of measure for a clean hit to the hand.
Yeah, it is almost like a full body feint.
But Joe is going to say there was insufficient quality on the strike, would not have injured him.
I am inclined to agree on that. All right. Got some posturing from our friend Cody there.
Yeah, I like those wheeling, very Meyer-esque sort of guard transitions there.
I think that's another double. Worth noting that if you're going to do that kind of flat cut, that volante to really try to sneak a target in that counter tempo, you really need to have your sword up higher or you're just going to eat a shot to the face.
Yeah.
Which is exactly what happened right there.
Now we do have our second double. As Joe was reminding them, one more and this match will end in a loss for both fencers.
The customary...
And there's still a lot of HP on the board.
Indeed. The customary admonition from our director.
Yeah, it sure looked to me like Cody landed that little one-handed thrust to the leg.
Indeed.
And that's going to be clean.
All right. Getting a little deeper into the point count here. All right, got him coming in. Once again. Oh.
Returning with the one-handed tricky strikes, but that looked light.
That looked like, it looked more like Cody kind of hit the sword with his hands rather than an actual hit to Cody's hand.
Yeah. We have some conference with the second.
Indeed. It's interesting how you can see the initial sprint to attack Cody employed there after that failed to pay dividends.
So they're going to go ahead and wash that exchange because they are not sufficiently convinced that the strike didn't land on the hilt of the sword.
Indeed.
That's what
right.
having a good second is good for. Advocating for you, making sure that the judges are, oh, wow, what a hit to the head.
A thrust and I don't think I agree
wouldn't
with
call
our
that a
close
double.
judge.
I'd call that a
was
blow after
I would
blow.
actually say that's kind of an egregious after blow too.
Yeah. Did land the thrust.
Though
That wheeling cut was a little hard.
a little
I think.
hard and a little late.
Yeah.
There seemed to be a moment of like actual cognition when Gold Fencer realized he had been struck and decided to throw the afterblow, which
Yeah.
I think kind of violates the spirit of scoring afterblows.
And we're
Although
gonna have Joe meet with the second. It looks like there's some argument about the tempo of those strikes. So
indeed, we will see some conference on that.
So it looks like Christian and his second felt that blow came a little bit out of tempo and after the halt, which
Indeed.
of course isn't allowed.
You can definitely feel both fencers kind of desperate to get further down that point count, right?
Yeah.
Although it looks like a pretty clean little swipe to the hands right there from Cody, or from Christian.
Yeah, playing with his measure now.
Indeed. Being a little more cautious. They both get a little...
That is going to be a double. It looks like he cracked straight through that shin guard.
The shin guard it's like a soccer shin guard that has like the holes in the outer cladding. It looks like it just kind of wedged cleanly into that. That is, once again, not an equipment situation I have ever actually seen happen before. So we're breaking records today.
Joe is going to wash that. They don't want to end on an uncleared double.
Doubling out when you're already tied would be an unfortunate end to a match, but such things do happen. Oh, yeah, that looked like a thrust to the head right there. Oh,
Very interesting. They both stopped fencing but didn't hear the halt.
yeah, it's some unclear body language from the fencers right there.
Yeah.
As a point of practice, if you are a competitor, a prospective competitor in this sport, always fight right up to the halt. I do love these little moments where like you and your opponent hit each other and you cock your head and you're just like, okay, I guess they're not calling that, but never stop on that. Just go back in on it until you give them something to call.
Keep fighting until the judges call a halt.
Indeed.
Unless you're going to absolutely commit to the self-call, which is what Joe is telling them. If you're going to commit to a self-call, raise your hand, stop fighting, wait for the judges to call halt.
Indeed. You can see both of them playing closer and closer to the ground.
Oh.
Looks like the tempo on that was wacky, I will say.
Is dangerous. Now, we do have our close judge calling for a double. Joe wants to double check and make absolutely sure.
And I think when the outcome is potentially as dire as a double out, once again, arguably the single worst response or worst outcome of a match, a clean loss will impugn you less than a double. I think it is.
And unfortunately, that is going to be the third double. Both fighters are going to lose this match, taking a maximum number of wounds.
Indeed. It is
A poor outcome for both fencers, but a great job both showing sportsmanship, still coming and embracing each other at the end.
great
It
sportsmanship.
does happen.
Great sportsmanship at the end of that. I would also like to commend our director here for doing his utmost to really try to litigate out as many of those doubles as possible. These are not calls to be made lightly, and it's really, really good to see people taking this seriously.
Yeah, we do need to get this screen updated for the new match. But look at this absolute tank on our left.
I know. Dude's got a kill streak going for sure. I'm going to pull up HEMA scorecard of my own volition really quick.
Much more cautious beginning from both fencers. An interesting ox guard from our fencer on the left with a great strike to the hand at the edge of measure. Yeah, clean hit to the hand from Tyler Norton.
Indeed.
The Snohomish Dueling Society against Isaiah Baxter of the Lost Arts Historical Fencing. Snohomish, of course, being up in Washington.
Indeed. Let me get the skinny on Lost Arts here. Lost Arts is our friends in Bozeman.
Oh, nothing landing there. Both fighters playing defensively, parrying effectively,
Indeed.
cutting into the middle.
Fighting with their arms.
Getting into a grapple, but nobody quite able to make it. Now, I will say, Tyler did look like he planted that blade against the neck on the entrance, but did not get any sort of motion on the blade for a slice.
I completely agree. In the moment of, I was kind of wondering why it wasn't being called, but thinking about it, like, there wasn't significant rotation to make it a cut and not significant blade movement or a break in structure.
Yeah.
If he had really leaned into it, I think he had the mass to turn that into a decent slice.
He absolutely does.
Ooh, and I believe that might be our first double of the match.
One cutting over, one cutting under, both hitting at the same time.
This is frequently something that happens with like the second round of pools in a tournament. Is you have all the people who have been watching the first rounds of fights, getting in their head about it, getting psyched out, and they go in with so much oomph.
No
Although,
contact there.
some fantastic technical work happening right there. I would.
Oh, that is probably going to be another double as he tries to displace Isaiah's blade from that thrust, but the thrust still landing.
Indeed,
And they are going to call it a blow after blow. Though.
Isaiah perhaps misjudging the measure a little bit there, sending that rising cut with not enough room to really maneuver.
Yeah. Both fencers still feeling each other out, for sure.
Yeah, I'm really liking a lot of the technical blade work I'm seeing right here. Lots of high parries, cut-arounds.
Tyler doing a great job of transitioning guards, playing in Ox and Flug.
Ooh, now
my
that is
beautiful.
a thrust, baby.
That looked like it could have been called a controlled thrust,
No,
but it was at the very least a thrust and parry.
I will say that in the moment of the thrusts, Tyler's blade was still in play, wasn't really in contact with the blade. The classic controlled thrust, right, is when like the person is still trying to parry and the thrust still lands anyway.
Yeah. Great thrust from Isaiah.
Yeah, that was an excellent read on tempo. Coming out at an oblique angle, too, thrusting into a shoulder guard. Oh,
Crashing
back
into Chrome, going
and
into
that's a
another
pommel.
grapple,
That
and we
is
see a pommel.
a bold choice to try to grapple with that kind of mass disparity. I really appreciate the moxie right there.
Honest to God, I would not get within 4 feet of that man. He is a absolute tank.
I would, but I historically make bad choices. Yeah, that's... And down to 2-2. That's the beauty of a grapple right there, is it can really just set you up
Evening
so well.
the score with a controlled pommel.
Oh, and that, however, is a point finding its way to the throat from Isaiah there, really locking in those thrusts.
And that is going to be the match for Isaiah. Great fencing from both
That was
fighters
a
there.
joy to watch. I hope we see both of them again.
Seeing two exchanges in a match where control is gained in different ways. A thrust with control and a grapple. Full control of his opponent's right arm with a pommel to the head does count for that 4 points. It is a beautiful thing.
I will say also, like, if I didn't know better, I would have called that something of an exhibition match after that first double. They both seemed to, like, take turns showing what they were good at.
Yeah.
Fantastic work for both of them. Looks like we have our friend from Bridge City Blades back in gold here.
Against Jordan Thompson on the left side.
Okay, yeah. Thompson is something of a known quantity, and he quickly displayed that with a beautiful rising thrust to the throat, followed by that retreat into a sort of relaxed hanger to see where the afterblow is coming from.
Yeah, clean to a deep target. Excellent rising thrust.
There have been at least one tournament where I have graciously been knocked out of elims just before running into Thompson. I don't think that would have gone well for me. Okay, cool. And
All
right.
Ooh, very
Thompson.
interesting blade work from Thompson in there.
I believe Thompson got 2 hits right there. Though he kept his sword low after striking Cody.
They're going to say it's clean because Jordan deflected the afterblow.
I will say, I think Cody was in a position to deliver an afterblow and declined to. Good seeing that jurisprudence after one of the previous fights.
I'm really liking seeing Jordan's style of fencing here, transitioning between guards, coming from that Von Tag, displacing the blade before cutting across the stomach.
That wheeling long edge cut right there coming from, we call that like Finestra, coming out, and just seeding that pressure, wheeling to the head. That's how you do a wheeling strike safely, retracting the arms to make sure you're not landing with the strong on their head as well.
And getting your blade in the correct position to block any potential afterblow. That is going to be a double there, both landing thrusts at the same
Indeed.
time.
That was a thrust at pretty close range right there. Looks like both of them got a little too close and just kind of unleashed on each other there.
Yeah, that'll be the first double of this match.
Yeah, looking at the replay, they both kind of seem to lose the thread on that exchange and just jump in. Oh, and looks
A little tap to the top of the head.
I believe that is Thompson signaling to the director that he landed with the flat of his blade. Has his hand up. He seems to be trying to. There we go.
And Joe's confirming that red strike was flat.
Excellent
Gold
sportsmanship.
does manage to hit a shallow target.
Excellent. That is excellent sportsmanship from both fencers right there. I've seen both of them have really avoided taking hits that could have, or pulling hits that could have been an issue. And once again, excellent wheeling strike. Looks like it landed a little bit on the scapula, which is always a pleasant little surprise the next day.
Yeah, cut around hitting. They're going to call it the deep target, like you said, right to the scapula and trap area, which is going to be matched for Jordan. Excellent fencing.
Excellent showing by Thompson right there. Fantastic responses by Cody as well. Pulling a point off of a monster like Jordan is not easy.
Yeah. I hope we do get to see Jordan versus Rocco later on. I think that is going to be a phenomenally fun match to watch.
I will enjoy that a lot. All right.
We have Tyler coming back up versus Christian.
Returning favorites in this ring right here.
Yeah, I'm interested to see if the approach from Christian is going to be as explosive as his last.
Tyler can lock into those grapples pretty hard and pretty quick. So rushing into his measure like that might be a little counterproductive. But I'm not in the ring, so definitely aggressive.
Yeah, coming in aggressively, getting that thrust this time.
But he does eat an afterblow to the head. Still starting off on favorable terms, but perhaps a little hasty.
Hitting a little more pay dirt this time.
All right, here we go.
Tyler going for a response.
Director reprimanding them just a little bit. Admonishing both fighters for ignoring the halt and trying to finish that grapple.
Yeah, both receiving a yellow card fighting after the halt.
Indeed. I will say that was some really fun technical play, even if it did happen after the halt.
Yeah. We have the second for Tyler, raising his hand.
Indeed. Once again, why you always want a good second.
Joe simply demonstrating what happened during the match, not pushing the second out of the ring.
Indeed, indeed.
As intimidating as Joe can appear.
Why does the director, being the largest man in the ring, not eat the smaller ones?
They're washing that exchange as no quality on any of the strikes that actually hit.
Indeed. I think it is also generally a good idea, even if there had been scoring action, to simply kind of put a black mark on that entire exchange.
Now, I saw Tyler hit with a solid hit to the head with a responsive slice to the body. Our judge is going to... Yeah. Since there's no agreement between the judges, Joe is going to call that no exchange. Now, as a fighter, those no exchange calls are frustrating because you're expending a lot of energy, especially in those grapples. We'll see how they respond. A high Vontog from Tyler with the thrust to the head.
Zornhau. That was... Ooh. I was not expecting the Meisterhau I saw the most, or I see the most productively employed today to be the Zornhau.
Now, was that a Zornhau or Zornort? It looked like he hit with the tip coming up in that high Vontog.
Oh, no,
that
right
was a
into the
Zornhau.
neck, right into the neck.
Yeah, absolutely right.
It's the Zornhau, and we know the Zorn where, because that hit him right in the neck.
Checking to make sure that force was good on that.
Yeah, luckily modern mask design, the Wakusi overlays everyone seems to be wearing these days, are very good at protecting the neck. Yeah. That is a cut that can go sideways, but that is about as canonical a Zornhau as you can get.
Christian, again, coming in, presenting a danger, voiding that upcut.
Indeed. Oh, there we go. Excellent rising cut to the torso
really
right there.
Good defense from Christian there, deflecting that blow in the same tempo that he lands that upper Zverk to the body.
It's what I'm seeing from Christian here is a really great ability to sort of like receive information, kind of realizing that high play just resulted in eating that Zornhau to the neck means that he has to bait Tyler out and take the opening. And I really like seeing that kind of cognition at play in the ring.
Keeping that blade high to stuff any potential Zornort. And we have a run-through strike to the thigh. But they're going to call that a double.
Unfortunately, when you do that kind of thing and you have your sword under your head, it does mean the other guy just has to relax his grip a little bit and he gets a headshot on you.
Yeah, first double of the match.
I always hate the term suicidal fencing, but dropping your guard and going for a leg shot directly in front of someone's blade is a little suicidal.
Yeah.
During my formative experiences sparring with certain experienced people in our own club, I was repeatedly reprimanded for that.
The first rule of fencing, of course, don't get hit. Second rule, get some hits on your opponent.
Ooh, now that was a really hard thrust. That was a really hard thrust.
It was well planted. Not a lot of flex from the blade there. It just stayed straight.
No, it seemed to lock very... Sometimes swords do that. Sometimes that wiggle just kind of bounces it out. I'm not seeing any... Maybe that was just a lot. It looked a lot worse than it was.
And hitting that little upcut to the arm this time, halting on time.
Indeed. Showing a little visible deference to the judge there as well.
Christian going against that hanger parry, trying to block that upper opening.
A minor technical note, though, is that Tyler here is quite thrusty, and hangers don't block thrusts.
Yeah. Blow after blow.
Yeah.
Christian running the same play twice. In football, you keep running it until they block it.
Although in this case, I guess the other team is just kind of running a different play at you at the same time. Yeah. Oh. That seemed like a pretty chunky little hand hit right there.
Christian really getting his sense of tempo here, learning that he can get Tyler with a committed strike to the hands before he comes in. Oh, now Tyler blocking that outside route that Christian's really enjoying taking, throwing him off his rhythm, and it shows, pays dividends. Lands that strike to the neck.
Indeed.
I think that is an excellent move from Tyler to block off Christian's favorite apparent route.
Indeed. And it's, well, if your opponent's hitting you in the hands, take your hands out of the equation. There is I think a really, I'm not sure if that riser, looking at the instant I'm not sure if Christian's rising cut right there had structure.
Yeah, I'm going to say that it had no quality, but they're going to go again. That looked to me like a double.
Yeah, that's, yep. Yeah, I'm agreeing with our judges right here for sure.
Now it's 2 doubles, 2 wounds versus 1 wound. This is absolute crunch time. This could end anyway.
I have no guarantees for where this match is going to go. That much is certain. Oh, and looks like Christian is going to claw that down to a 1-1 neck-and-neck score. They are both one shallow target away from a victory here. Never mind.
Oh, they're calling that no quality. He needs to put a little more sauce in his upcuts.
All right, a little more gas in the tank there, I suppose.
Ooh, a very wide cut.
Oh, they got stuck in each other's gloves, it looks like.
Yeah, they both tried to stop fighting at the halt, but
I am not sure if that was just a Hail Mary cut or a specific provocation.
it did provoke a response from Christian, and it did manage to get Tyler, it looks like, that deep target, which is going to win him the match.
Indeed. Indeed.
And
an
an
match for Tyler.
exceptionally close
That
match.
was a nailed
Great
fighter.
work from both fighters, showing that sort of chess-like, play, counterplay aspect to it.
Yeah, as a quick note, you mentioned taking that line away. That is one of my favorite things about the guards in fencing as a concept, is just the idea that you can control what your opponent can do by showing them what you can do at any moment.
Absolutely.
Pulling up to Vomtog tells them, I'm going to attack from this side, and it means that they have to respond to that.
Yeah, putting that fear into them, presenting a threat that they have to defend, very important.
Indeed.
Now we've got Jordan Thompson versus Isaiah Baxter.
Thompson going in without a second, too. Confidence radiating off of this man. There we go. Yep, and there's that little
Beautiful.
crossed arms Varric to the hands right there. That is...
Maintaining contact with his opponent's blade the entire time, knowing exactly where it is, and knowing that he is not getting hit in response.
Indeed.
High Vomtog, down to a lower Vomtog, coming in for a little thrust, wheeling around.
And ending...
No response from Isaiah.
Did that man just end in Vera Finestra? Anyway, I'm sorry. I'm just a little enchanted right there. That was a very clean exchange overall. You can definitely see that Thompson actually lost track of his opponent's blade for a second there.
Yeah. A little more prodding, a little more cautious.
Yeah, there you go.
Opening up the measure,
And taking
going in
that-
for a left-right, but getting cut on the way in, it looked like to me.
Yeah, it looks like he took a significant content. I wouldn't call it incidental. I think washing that might actually be the right choice. Worth noting, Thompson is using a shorter blade here. Coming in with that crossed arms, middle shoulder guard. And
An interesting low-quality sort of slice on that up-facing Zverev.
yeah, I can see arguments for both no quality and scoring it. They both seem to score slices. A slice from Jordan's strike onto Isaiah's arm, and Isaiah bringing his blade down Jordan's head.
Jordan did just briefly indicate, yes, I did get struck to the head. So I think we are going to see a wound on this, though the judges are having difficulty agreeing.
Yeah. All right. Excellent work by both fencers.
Yeah, so Joe's clarifying that a slice, in order to be counted as a martial strike, has to break the structure of your opponent. It has to move them. It has to show that it's going to do some damage. Joe says neither of those broke structure. That was a great little wheel cut from Jordan. Looked clean to me.
Indeed. Indeed. Excellent honor from both fencers. Really, I really find a sense of decorum elevates an already fantastic match. It means that both fencers really respect each other as opponents.
Great
that was
defensive
very
work there.
close to his head right there.
Close, but not of quality. Some cuts and parries.
Ooh.
A long-reaching one-handed strike to the leg. I didn't see a response.
I can't tell if Thompson. He seemed to recoil like he had been hit, almost that shrug, like a defeated body posture.
Yeah, but Joe is saying that the afterblow landed on the hilt of the blade.
I could see that. It was right on the edge of measure.
So that recoil was just amazement at his own success.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you gamble and you.
Oh.
Oh my goodness me, that was some fearsome brutality there for sure.
Yeah, sort of whiffing over Isaiah's head. Isaiah with a great response of getting his blade into the abdomen.
Indeed, an excellent responsive thrust, or cut rather. But all right, coming in with that little sweep to try to clear the blade. Isaiah is definitely putting up an excellent.
Wheeling around. I don't know exactly what hit there. I know that there was a strike to the face mask from Jordan.
Isaiah seems to have gotten the correct read on Thompson here, where Jordan really seems to like being in contact with his opponent's blade.
Yeah.
Isaiah is by this point just denying that information, kind of scrambling that radar a little bit.
And you can see Jordan in his feints sort of trying to get some contact to the blade. And you're absolutely right. Isaiah denying a lot of blade movement.
Ooh.
He gets that first strike to the body, but Jordan responds with that cut to the neck.
Indeed. I would say the tempo probably
Nobody's
isn't
going
right
to
for a
agree
double,
there.
but that snap to that rising cut from Isaiah's right-hand side, that was instinctive. That was so fast.
Yeah, no agreement from the judges there.
Indeed. Coming up into frontale,
Ox,
moving into there.
Flug.
Yeah. Look at him go.
Transition
Oh.
guards lands on the face mask while holding Isaiah's blade away. That's a clean hit to the head.
I would even be tempted to say that might be with control, momentary as it was. I don't think there was anything else Isaiah's blade could have done.
I didn't think he was holding on to that blade, though. Isaiah could have responded with something. Great. Oh!
Excellent work. Excellent work.
Isaiah not taking the bait, rushing that thrust in past the one-handed grip of Jordan. Excellent work from Isaiah there.
This tournament has been fantastic. Every single exchange I see, it just blows the next one out of the water. This is just a beautiful
Isaiah
fight.
holding this to an exceptionally close match.
Yeah, not an easy thing to do at all.
You can see him learning a little bit
Indeed.
about his opponent.
Ooh, and even baiting Jordan's arms out to take that shallow target.
Yeah.
Deploying the exact same opening Jordan was using at the start of this fight.
Phenomenal work.
Yeah, there we go.
Jordan committing with that Zornhau. Looked like it made contact with the head to me.
Yeah, it definitely went right into the temple right there. Yeah, that is the beauty of having good structure behind your cuts right there.
Yeah.
Sometimes you will just take out your opponent on the way in, but that is bringing Jordan down to 2 HP. That's a damn good fight.
Yeah, really impressive work from Isaiah there, learning his opponent and coming in, doing a lot of great work. Unfortunately, Jordan with that structure on his Zornhau blowing through the parry that was well placed, just not quite strong enough to hold it back.
Indeed. Beautiful work right there.
Now, if we could get a camera on the right side of the ring to see this cod piece for masterless fencing.
Yeah, we need a cod piece cam.
Can we get a cod piece cam?
Can we get the
please?
stream cod piece cam overlay? We need the cod piece overlay. I'm being told we don't have a cod
let's
piece
get
overlay.
A nice zoom in. This is a hallmark of masterless fencing. We've got Cody versus
I
Tyler.
forgot about the drip alert. That is our first bona fide Indes Ferox Gladio Tournament of Roses Drip Alert trademark.
And to have it be on a cod piece is all we could hope for.
Well, you know, they say drippiness is close to codliness. I don't know. I thought I was going somewhere with that.
I liked it.
Okay.
Drippiness is close to codliness. Tyler looking very relaxed coming in. Oh,
Yeah.
Going from that tail guard, swinging overhead, and Cody responding with the thrust, both landing at the same time. That's going to be a double.
Yeah, not the strongest start to the match, but we are soldiering on regardless. Excellent work trying to draw each other out. We have two very implacable fencers right there, though I believe Tyler's hit was of significantly more quality.
I mean, you could see it. Cody, when he held on that blade, it was definitely flat to hand. It should absolutely...
Yeah, I don't think that sweep was...
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we have the replay right
You
here.
can see it's flat. The blade was bending. You can't see it from that angle, but Joe agrees.
Yeah.
And Joe is always right.
And that's Daddy Longsword over there. So, all right, coming in an Oaks.
Guard.
Seeing wonderful technical play here, though.
A great.
Sneaking a thrust through in that moment of transition is exactly the right move.
Yeah, and doing it without overcommitting either.
I think that's kind of like the secret sauce that makes a lot of this work. Is you have to just find just the right range of commitment.
Yeah.
If you overextend, things are going to go poorly for you, but if you underextend, you're never going to score a hit.
Although, if anybody was going to overextend, it should be Tyler because he can get into those grapples and really take advantage, but doing a great job of showing control there.
Indeed. Ooh.
Oh, blow after blow.
They're both are going to be losing a point off that one.
Yeah.
Interesting deployment by Cody taking what's known as like an Austernamen, or finding the outer one away until your opponent's blade is passed, and then kind of taking the opening that their passing blade gives you.
Yeah, generally best when you can void the opponent's blow. Not quite able to get out of the way, though.
Yeah, couldn't move his hands out of the way fast enough for that to work, unfortunately. They both seem to be really prepared for a mutual downward cut at opposite angles right there. Kind of the danger of going Vomtog to Vomtog or Donut to Donut. It's you risk these exchanges where neither of you really have information on what the other fencer's doing.
Absolutely. A good blow after blow, keeping it relatively even here.
Indeed.
Tyler with that high Vomtog again, presenting that threat. Cody not sure how to approach it. Ooh. Drawing out the response from Cody that he wanted, not quite able to get through his guard, although it
looks like he
was.
might have been able to score a hit by cutting down his blade, similar to Meyer's Glutzhau. Interesting note, when he's pulling up to Tog, he is collapsing his feet. He's gathering into that high Tog, getting ready to explode out.
Extending his measure dramatically.
Oh baby! Oh, baby, that's what I'm here for.
Really cool wrap.
Oh, my God.
It was a little messy in terms of the strike, but I agree with the judges here. I saw that he wrapped up his opponent's blade, struck to the top of the head.
Yeah, it seemed like the pommel kind of slipped the mask, but, you know, if you can get yourself into that position where you're coming down over someone's head, I don't think actually executing the strike really matters so much as engineering that situation in the first place.
Any chance we can get one more look at the replay?
Yeah, can we run that back one more time? Thank you, Tech Priest. Yeah. I think what actually touched the mask was the crossguard skimmed his head, which is probably for the better. There was a lot of rotation on that pommel.
Yeah. If that pommel had landed clean, that could have been a concussion. So great work on Tyler to keep it from landing too hard.
And once again, you can see that 4-point controlled pommel is just Oh, and
Again, an attempted
slipped
grapple,
out.
slipped out, but it does look like he caught a very light hit to the leg, and they're going to say that Cody got something on the way out.
Oh, looks like we have a little gear situation happening. So the fight's going to take a bit of a hold while they deliberate. Gonna note a thank our friend in blue there, Emerson, noting that swords should never touch the floor in this venue, ever, ever, ever. We like this venue. We want to come back to this venue, and that is contingent on us keeping their advanced indoor football floors working.
There's
Back
that
up to
high
Von
vom tog again.
Characteristic. I will admit, he has a very nice personal style.
Yeah.
I see you back there, Brent.
But doing a great job coming back out and defending against a potential strike.
Ooh.
Another grapple.
Kind of got him into like a Nelson almost.
Almost took his back.
Yeah. That was a very let's take a look at that replay. All right.
I think what we're gonna see here is that Cody is the only one who actually lands a blow. Yeah, takes the back.
Yep.
And gets a little cut there on the
he
side.
Kind of almost does like a prequel Jedi suicide attack.
Yeah.
While he's getting grappled there.
What Joe is saying here, though, is I think that Tyler could have taken that pommel to the back of the head and.
Yeah, rotating, doing a full rotation, a spin. Anakin Skywalker is wrong. You should not try spinning. It is not a cool trick. It will get you hit in the back of the head. That was, I think, kind of. All right.
Yeah, Joe is calling out Tyler's excellent control. What happens when you spin is that you expose illegal targets. Back of the head, back of the body are not allowed to be hit. Tyler does a great job of not capitalizing on those open targets.
I agree. Looking at the chat here, Patrick Grimes 9707. That's some great Stretto play by Tyler this entire round. In fact, his entire showing in this pool so far, definitely showing not just the size and strength necessary to grapple, but the technical know-how necessary to do so.
Tyler landing what looks like a very clean thrust, but
Indeed.
gets caught on the way in.
As both fencers kind of tire themselves out a little bit, I think we're getting into doubling territory.
That'll be two doubles.
I believe Cody here is keenly aware of just how precarious a position he is in.
And gets a clean hit to the hands, defends himself from the afterblow.
I completely agree. Nice clean play right there. Good use of, you can see he's fully extending, kind of creating this triangular structure with his arms, really pushing out into that middle line. Ooh, once again, clawing those points back, Cody. Let's go.
And he does get hit with an afterblow that looked out of tempo to me.
I would say that was definitely out of tempo. Well, after point was called, but we're going to see what the judges have to say about this.
It looked like there was an attempted afterblow that was in tempo that got defended, hit against the crossguard, and then a successful afterblow out of tempo.
Indeed.
But the judges are conferring in a mono E. Yep. Joe agrees. They're going to call that one wound for Tyler. An ineffectual afterblow.
Indeed.
A committed Zornhau following it into the thrust. Cody trying to get that blade away. No agreement from the judges.
Indeed. Looks like they're going to be doing this for the rest of their natural lives. And after we raise them as liches, unnatural lives as well. Nope.
That could be called a double, but that upcut from Cody didn't have very much quality.
Yeah, I would say that
Again.
little scoop. Yeah. Thrusting into that Alber, that scooping position.
Yeah.
Never a great choice. Your main drive should be to pull them out of that defensive position. Otherwise, you're just courting an afterblow.
All right, so they are going to call that a shallow hit with an afterblow, which does give Tyler.
Of course.
That does give Tyler the victory. An excellent match for both fighters. Now, something interesting brought up by the chat, Patrick Grimes, exposing your back and getting taken like that. They called that a no exchange simply because of the control that Tyler showed, not clocking him on the back of the head.
Indeed. You're kind of taking your own safety out of your hands and handing it to your opponent. And that's both unfair to your opponent and dangerous to you.
Yeah.
Right? Trusting your... Putting your own safety in everyone else's hands is...
And the judge is trying to make the most equitable call possible. We have Christian back out against Isaiah.
Isaiah proving to be an extremely dangerous contender here. Almost breaking structure similar to a Scheitelhau with that hit to the head right there.
Yeah, Isaiah gets the clean hit on the deep target there. Very interesting how Christian continues to wheel left. I wonder if anybody else will take that strategy that Tyler did, cutting off that line.
Indeed. They seem to be, kind of not the usual rotation, right?
Yeah.
Counter-rotating even.
Upcut to the arm from Isaiah.
Indeed.
We did have a double on the last exchange, both fighters hitting each other with thrusts to the neck.
Definitely setting up an early lead on Isaiah's end here.
Transitioning between guards, trying to provoke a play.
Yep. Ooh, seeing that rising cut to the torso pop out from Christian again right there.
Yeah.
Very fast, very instinctive.
And he wrapped up Isaiah enough that he could not respond.
Indeed. There we go. Clawing some points back right there. Well done. All right. Cutting around again.
Oh.
What did that catch on? It
caught that bandana, but it looked like the target for the strike that he hit was the neck.
Yeah. Looks like our director is indicating that it struck the upper arm.
As indicated by the bandana.
Indeed. Coming down once again to 6 and 7. Hard to weigh out. Ooh, but that fast cut around, targeting right to the inside of the elbow.
Yeah,
Tried
excellent.
and true technique right there.
Keeping out of that the tornado that Christian was making with his blade. He was trying to wind it away. Got out of there, planted that tip in his mask.
Christian is definitely capable of kind of like eroding their opponent's confidence, really just kind of controlling that zone directly ahead of their body.
Absolutely. We see a very aggressive opening from Christian, defended well by Isaiah. A little more cautious now.
Ooh, an extension
landing on the
to
cross guard.
Great control by Isaiah right there, slowing down that wheeling cut.
Yeah. I will say also great control from Christian. Could have put more force into that cut up into Isaiah's body, but planted it. Did not break Isaiah's structure, it looked like, so they may not call that as a slice.
Indeed. Yeah, I don't think it... it's so hard to call because the rotation also did not seem fantastic. Didn't seem like it had a great deal of impact.
More of a plant than a cut.
Indeed. And it's always important to reward good technique. I believe what we're going to see is probably a washed exchange, but there's a good deal of deliberation there. They are calling that wheeling cut as valid. The inciting strike by red has been voided.
As a passe thrust.
Bringing it down to 3-7 in gold's favor.
Very interesting stance from Christian as well. Very linear.
I absolutely agree with the far judge right there. That looked like a blow to
after
a high
blow.
target with an after blow. Well, shallow target. Shows what I know. All right. Worth noting that Christian can easily sink a point and still...
Both. Opening up with attacks, I did see Christian's cut land to the head.
Yeah, that looked like it came right down the blade onto the head. Well done.
But they're going to call that in Christian's favor.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Christian pulling those points back. Trying that scoop and cut around
very
the blade.
interesting jumping Zverkow from Christian
Definitely
after the exchange is called.
Pulling out all the stops to kind of sneak those cuts around their opponent's guard. Always interesting to see how those cuts wind around the blade.
Yeah. You can see Christian here getting a little more frenetic, appearing a little more desperate, taking those shots.
Oh, and a double. Looks like after a little theatricality from Christian right there.
It did look like Christian stepped out.
Indeed.
So they're going to say that that exchange ended with a ring out. Yeah, avoided taking a wound by stepping out of the ring. Not intentionally, of course, trying to open up some space.
Indeed.
But both fighters getting
That
definitely tired.
Yeah, it looks like a shallow target sliding down to the arm right there from Isaiah onto Christian. All right, down to 4-1. I still believe Christian can absolutely claw this back.
Absolutely. All it takes is one controlled thrust. We see an attempt at a low sweep from Isaiah. A running
Passe
through with the thrust again, exposing that back.
And Joe almost tripping over a competitor right there. Yeah, that if that thrust had been on target, that really could have turned this around.
Yeah. I will say, a great job getting the blade along the back, defending any potential strikes, but Joe giving some advice. Don't leave your back exposed.
Indeed.
It's not safe. Doesn't let your opponent take a strike.
All right.
Oh, excellent work from Christian getting in there with a thrust to the head, followed up by his Zverkow to defend himself from the response.
That was clean work.
Really solid
You can see him tightening
technique.
up here. It's down 2-1. A single headshot, a single shot to the body can cinch this. Christian, on the other hand, or Isaiah, on the other hand, only needs a single hit to a solid target. He still has a pretty comfortable lead right there. Let's see how this plays out.
This pool has been excellent for close matches.
Indeed.
Christian coming in. Oh, that looked like a no quality hit to the leg to me.
Yeah, it seems a little inconclusive. If this is how it ends, then if it gets scored as the far judge indicates, okay, looks like we're washing it. There we go. Both of them keenly aware. Oh, and we
There
have
we
that.
go. That was a
we have that
quality
Unterhauer to the
strike
torso.
to the torso. I did not see any quality on that afterblow, but there. And that is going to be another 1-0 victory in this pool. The closest matches we will probably see all day.
Indeed.
Incredible fencing from both fighters.
That was fantastic. That was genuinely, both fencers tightened up so much near the end, really playing it down to the wire. Looks like we have Jordan Thompson on the gold side of this equation, coming in against our friend Tyler here on the red.
The big lad himself.
I think they're both going to have their work cut out for this.
I worry a little bit. This is another one of those situations where I think Tyler would be well served by closing that gap, using his strength to get into grappling range. Jordan plays with measure so well that it seems to me like it would behoove Tyler to close that gap, get in, go for control. Peter's going to take a short break. I will be commentating on this alone. A little bit of prodding play. Jordan, playing with that measure there. They do close the gap, but it looked to me like Jordan caught a thrust on the way in. And Joe agrees. Coming in again. Now Jordan taking that high vom tog. Both coming in, exploring. Oh, trying to crash measure. Getting back out with a clean strike to the hand. Grappling. It looks like Jordan manages to avoid the strikes from Tyler. Excellent grapple work by Jordan there, staying out of reach of those strikes. Ruben, aka Fish, you can go to hemascorecard.com. Look for the Indes Ferox Gladio Tournament of Roses. You can find all of the information about the tournament with live updates. So they're going to say no exchange there. No quality strikes landed mid-grapple. And everybody having a little fun with that little dance that they did there. Now, even when no strikes are landed and no throws are made, those grapples are exhausting. So they were just taking a moment to catch their breath. The Fool's Guard from Jordan into the... landing a very nice thrust to the head there. Yeah, Joe confirming the cut in response from Tyler was displaced by the thrust, showing great offense and defense at the same time. Transitioning guards from Jordan and from Tyler. Both going low. Oh, that looked like a blow after blow to me. Tyler landing the blow to the shoulder. As you see here, going through that structure of the parry, does get the response. Great sort of Meyer-esque fencing from Jordan here, transitioning between guards. Oh, unable to respond as Tyler to that nice Zverkow up into his arms. Oh, but Joe saw it hit the rib cage, which will be a deep target, which should end the match. great match. You missed some phenomenal grapples, Peter. It was Tyler was really trying to crash that measure. You missed a great exchange where Jordan, getting wrapped up in a grapple, managed to get himself off to the side of Tyler and kept following that so that Tyler, as he was reaching behind him to try and get that strike, just could not land anything with quality.
Very nice. Yeah, my kind of private prediction for that match was that Tyler was going to surprise the heck out of Jordan a couple times, but Jordan was going to be able to maintain a pretty tight measure control.
Yeah. That's exactly right.
I'm wondering, I really wanted to see how Tyler Zornhow would measure up right there.
He did manage to land a solid one, blowing right through Jordan's guard, but Jordan got the after blow. Up next, we'll see Cody Patey versus Isaiah Baxter.
Wait. Aim it at them. Here we go. I have some hooligans in the backfield there. Oh, wait. Come on, we got to show love to the stream here. Yeah, there we go. This is for all the viewers at home. This counts as fan service.
This is the, no, never mind. I'm not gonna do anything untoward on the stream.
Not yet, anyway. All right.
Oh,
Ooh,
very nice.
Sticking to the blade right there, getting a point in through that opposition.
Yeah.
Not easy to do.
Following through with great structure on that thrust, effectively blocking the returning cuts.
If you've ever wondered when fencers are yapping about the center line, good control of the center line, this is what we're talking about right there. Once Isaiah contested that inside line, Cody really could just kind of keep hammering at it, but it wouldn't work.
Yeah, from that angle, I could not see what happened, but Joe's indicating that Isaiah got the cut on the shallow target.
I would agree there. All right, a lot of cutting through guards from Isaiah, not really ever remaining static.
Yeah, really playing to the blade here, trying to get a displacement before he goes in.
Looks like Cody got a hit to the neck right there, kind of just a well-timed little snap down that line. Ooh,
both
almost a Scheitelhau coming in over the top. Once again, Isaiah really proving that he knows, similar to a fencer earlier in our tournament, that you can just hold one parry and let your opponent kind of hammer at it for a while if they seem like they're just going to redouble on the same line.
Exactly. Knowing when they're going to redouble and when they're going to switch it up is the hard part. Ooh. That fool's guard coming in.
Yeah, coming in deep. Boar's tooth right there. As Fiore writes it, this is a good guard to wait in.
He got that phenomenal displacement, cutting up, seemingly deflecting Isaiah's blade over his head, but it looks like there may have been some contact before he got the blade out of the way.
Hit with no quality from Gold.
He did a great job. Okay.
Indeed. Yeah. That low guard, that fool's guard of that Boar's Tooth can be incredibly defensive, specifically against descending cuts.
Yeah.
Though Isaiah just had the range and the tempo on that one dialed in.
Yeah. Cody walking right into his measure, getting punished for it.
Indeed.
There's that Boar's Tooth guard again.
Patrick Grimes,
Both
don't threaten me with a
chopping
good
in.
time there, bud.
That looked like a thrust from Isaiah to me. Yeah.
Wait, so if I call doubles on the final stream and I run out of shirt buttons, I don't want to finish that thought.
I mean, I'll go chest out for you, Patrick. Don't worry.
We'll go tits out today. Don't you worry. That's a solemn promise to you, the viewers at home. All right, coming back in. Ooh.
Oh. a thrust with a hard response to the top of the head.
I really think it seems like both of those cuts were definitely launched at the same time, or the thrust and the cut were launched kind of at the same time.
And Joe agrees with you. That is going to be a double.
All right.
No contact there.
Ooh,
and a
nice
prodding
counter
thrust.
cut by Cody right there.
Really good counter cut to the hands.
Probably could have counter or wound that a little bit to cover the opening, but unfortunately, nothing is perfect. Isaiah proving to be a hard opponent in this pool.
Yeah. Cody in a rough situation, only 1 point away from a loss by a differential, but he gets a nice plant there.
Indeed, yeah. Nice,
Short,
clean hit
quick
right
blade
there.
work.
Definitely tightening up now that he's kind of at the end of his HP. You know, it's like playing Dark Souls. The second you're on your last flask, you really got to lock in.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Ooh. Oh, now that is a great thrust in opposition right there into Oaks. Unfortunately, that is done into a cut to the torso.
They're going to call it a double. I thought it was really well defended. Let's see here.
Yep. Thrusts into Oaks, and
He did catch that to the body on the way in.
yeah,
Was just a
unfortunate.
little too high on that thrust.
I'm seeing a lot of play from these high guards this time around. Very good to see.
Yeah, I love it. Anything
Ooh.
other than that point forward, ooh.
Yeah, the Von Flugenort shuffle is not my favorite body of technique. I really want to agree with the judges right here. I do not think Cody's rising cut had structure to be a cut, and it did not have the travel to be a slice.
Yeah.
And that is
Great
the match
work
for-
from Isaiah that match. He had Cody's number all day long. Now we've got Jordan versus Christian. This is a match I'm really excited to see.
Indeed. Christian's
I'm betting we'll see Jordan respond to Christian's leftward shuffle with something clever that none of us expect.
Indeed. It's also, Jordan's got this kind of, I feel like I'm saying this a lot, but this kind of cool, implacable persona while fencing. And Christian's got a directed kind of frenetic energy. So I think they're going to bounce off of each other really well.
Yeah.
I am struggling to figure out what kind of sword. I think that's a Siggy King Light Thompson's rocking? I don't even know.
Not a clue.
So many of these things out these days. Why, back in my day, we had Ensifer heavies and we took concussions like we meant it.
Back in my day, everybody used the, I don't even know. My day has been gone too long.
This is true. Back in my day, we used
Regenier.
Oh,
The Regenier standards.
the Toyota Camry of the fencing world.
There's a reason it's one of the most popular cars in the world.
Cody going
Jordan
in
shuffling
incredibly
around.
strong.
Cody is not in this match.
Not Cody.
Christian.
Christian. My God, I saw a C name and I just blanked out. I had a terrible angle on that exchange.
It looks like it is a blow after blow to a deep target.
Excellent. All right.
There we see Jordan
Ooh.
trying to cut off the route, but getting caught on the way in.
Christian
with a
coming
clean
off
strike.
with an excellent hit to the arm right there.
Yeah.
Just kind of trying to outspeed Jordan.
And does so successfully.
Indeed. Equal scores.
Yeah, again, we see Jordan Thompson cutting off that route, but not effectively defending himself from the oncoming onslaught from Christian.
Indeed. Excellent honor from Christian right there, that self-calling an afterblow.
Both
like-
staying very even with these blow after blows.
All right, coming back in.
Jordan
and
adjusting
unwinding-
his strategy, yeah.
Unwinding beautifully to the head right there. Wonderful bit of footwork we saw right there too. Raising the foot but not stepping with that left side Unterhau, and then unwinding with the step down, winding his body like a spring. Ooh!
Oh.
And cleaning up on that arm too, pulling.
Leaning back to void against the afterblow.
Indeed, pulling Christian's blade off in different directions before springing the trap. Looks like he's self-calling.
Yeah, Jordan saying he did get caught by the afterblow.
Class act all around here. All right.
Christian rushing in. Jordan showing a lot of poise.
Ooh, and
Whoa.
eating a shot to the hand right there.
Jumping at him.
Indeed. Got Christian pulling out all the stops on their mobility, really willing to just fling themselves throughout the ring to get the measure they need. Ooh! And clawing those points back, landing a hit to the torso, it looks like.
Yeah, Jordan trying to commit and follow that thrust through, but Christian getting the Unterswerk to the body.
Indeed. Christian seeming to learn very quickly, just like some other fencers in this pool, that you do not want to give Jordan information to process.
Yeah, keeping his blade away from the bind.
Indeed. But that is match gold for Jordan.
Great work to both fencers.
Yeah, that was a delight to watch. We have another pool teaming up after this one.
I think that's the last match of this pool. We will have one more pool coming up shortly here.
Indeed. Should I go fetch him? Okay. All right, looks like we're teeing up for pool 16 here in our little televised ring.
Yeah, in pool 16, we're going to have Joshua Gothberg from SSA, Sebastian Peck from the Lonan League, Adam Vlahakis from Bridge City Blades, Eugene Kim from INLA, and Benjamin Kugler from our very own IFG.
It's going to be a good fight. I recognize a couple of those names, some very characteristic styles, fencers who really kind of know their worth, know what they're good at, and know what they should avoid.
I agree with you there. I don't know much about any of these fighters off rip, except that Eugene Kim I have heard some good things about, and Sebastian Peck, of course, of Lonan League. We're going to see some great fencing here.
Indeed. Also have... Wait. Ben's fighting over there.
I don't know, but I love this fit. If we could get... could we get a camera on this back ring? Could we get a camera on this back ring, this orange and blue fighter? Let's get a little drip cam on him.
Yeah.
Looking gorgeous.
Oh, yeah, for sure. We have our second bona fide Indes Ferox Gladio Tournament of Roses drip alert happening here. Vibrant and powerful looking right there. And of course...
Looking like a sunset.
And you know what? We also have to give a little bit of love to our friend Benjamin Kugler in the ring there with him, fighting like a little steel tornado in his fashionable quartered long jacket right there. I love this overlay so much. You can't point that at us. I mean, maybe yeah, a little bit.
Well, I got some drip. You got some drip. We're looking a little matchy.
Oh yeah,
We're not gonna quite go tarps off, but I'll put a button down for
our
friend
ain't,
Patrick.
We ain't taking the top down on this Jeep just yet, but it's happening. It's summer.
Winner Rocco Jones in just a moment here. We're here with Rocco Jones from Pool 1, right? Yeah. Very fascinating pool. You had a great run, winning all of your matches. We did have a little bit of an issue with the gear. Can you tell us about what happened with the small medical thing?
Yeah, it was super random. I'd never seen anything like it. A little shard off of the sword after a parry went flying and in through the mesh of the mask and almost hit my eye. So luckily it was just a centimeter higher, and so we're all good. But
all right, fantastic. Can you tell us a little bit about how you prepared for this tournament and how you prepare for tournaments in general?
yeah, so a lot of my training I got from training in Poland with Akademia Szermierze, and my preparation follows kind of their guideline. I do lots of individual lessons. I do cross training. I train close to like twice every single day, and so yeah, a lot of.
And then last thing, as last year's winner, what have you changed coming into this year that you think is going to help or hurt you?
Oh, I've changed absolutely everything. I immediately after winning last year, I went over to Poland and had everything about my ideology on fencing dismantled in front of me, and so I've completely been rebuilt since then.
Fascinating. Can't wait to hear more about it. We do have to move on to the next pool, but we're looking forward to your next matches, and good luck.
Thank you.
You bet.
Fantastic little tournament if you are thinking about getting started and competing and just want a bit more of like a little estuary to play around in. It is a great tournament.
If I recall correctly, you once won a gold medal at that tournament?
I might have, perhaps, a little bit.
Just a little bit?
Just a little bit. It's a good tournament.
Yeah.
Not just because I won.
All right, so some interesting fencing here. We have, a
Yeah,
very scary feinted thrust.
Indeed. You
and
have
cutting over to the arm.
Vlakis definitely trying to, I think, maybe do a bit too much of a prescriptive Krumpau-like motion to establish blade presence. A little easy to read.
Yeah, the problem is you have to be really fast with that Krumpau to react.
Indeed. Ooh, but looks like he gets a decent little point either to the shoulder or the head there. Hard to tell.
It looked to me
fast.
like he displaced that thrust, making it miss, and then cut around to the neck. But they're going to call it no exchange.
Indeed. No quality. I saw what you did, Adam, though.
Striking with the weak of the blade against the strong, not doing any displacement. A little frenetic blade work there.
Indeed.
I didn't catch who hit who.
Seeing a lot of kind of like establishing bind and then letting that bind persist as both fencers try to cut down that line at each other.
Yeah.
Indeed. Have Adam getting a nice little cut right down the blade into Joshua's arm there. Coming in a crossed arms, Oaks.
A lot of guard transitioning today, which I love to see.
Indeed. Kind of reading out that, like, Joshua seems to be trying to figure out what reactions they can get out of Adam.
Yeah.
Which is, once again, a really good advantage of having defined guards over a more general stance.
That's the difference between common fencing and master fencing.
Indeed. All right. Going back up to that shoulder guard. Ooh.
Oh!
That was beautiful.
Lovely hanger parry to cut to hanger parry to cut. Finally landing with a resounding hit to the head.
And so often with these hanging parry exchanges, you see both fencers kind of Conan the Barbarian swinging above their heads.
Oh,
that is
that is going to be the point differential. Joshua winning emphatically.
Both fencers, though, just maintaining great control, great blade presence, not leaving the binds. What a joy to watch.
Joshua staying out on the ring. Looks like we're going to have a back-to-back fight for him.
Indeed.
And up next, he'll be going up against Sebastian Peck. As close to club mates as you can get, Lonin versus Seven Swords.
And all very near and dear to us in the PNW. Should be an interesting match. Joshua seems to have a very defined sort of, I don't know. I was going to say prescriptive, but that does not seem like the right terminology for that.
No.
Just a very elegant kind of
elegant,
structured style.
Fluid. I'm looking forward to see how he responds to the Lonin point forward modern version of fencing.
Had a little dancing starting right there as well. They are, however, resorting to flossing.
They are trying to get on the drip cam, certainly.
Okay, the flossing has ceased. I have called off the guards. That is, I will say, the most vibrant yellow I have ever seen on a jacket.
Yeah, neon highlighter yellow.
All right.
Again, you have, Joshua transitioning guards against Lonin's. Ooh, very nice hanger and cut around. No hit, though.
Indeed.
The exchange continues.
Ooh. And there we go, coming out of that hanger right into a hit to the top of Joshua's head there.
It looked like it could have been flat to me, but they're going to call it.
All right.
Oh, and they're going to say it was a shallow. Oh, yeah. He's saying that the top of the head hit was flat, so they're calling a hit earlier in the exchange.
Understood. Definitely, Sebastian here showing a bit of a departure from the Lonin House style, relying a lot more on sort of parry riposte instead of resetting the exchange. Staying in there, and an excellent cut to the forearms. Definitely showing a great use of how to seize and keep initiative.
Yeah. Some disagreement from the judges. It looked to me like a very clean couple of hits from Sebastian.
Indeed.
So they're going to call that no exchange. There was too many hits.
A little hard to follow, I understand that. All right, coming through.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I'm enjoying Sebastian's fencing here. He's coming in with the Lonin guard, but his attack mode is more committed, less seeking of those shallow targets, going more for those deep wheeling cuts.
Indeed. Definitely a good way to maintain the attack. So often you see a really aggressive fencer kind of default to just throwing attacks down the same line repeatedly, but here he is showing a great diversity of technique. That was a pretty clear hit
with
in
a
my
little
opinion.
wind. Beautiful.
Indeed. Starting to while points away here.
Keeping it very even.
Ooh, saw a spark off those blades right there. I would agree with the judges there. Great maintenance of that aggression. But not foolhardy. Definitely measured. He definitely seems to have a sense for how long they can continue that attack.
Yeah, showing excellent control as well. It's so easy to start throwing hits that are just a little bit too powerful, but they're demonstrating great control, landing the hits without carrying them through too extensively.
Indeed. All right, coming back in. Ooh, there you go. Joshua backpedaling. Seems like he gets a hand hit right there.
Yeah. Going
And
again
a ring
for
out.
those sort of winding, trading blows.
They're both applying a great series of rotating cuts. All right. Cutting in from Lunga right there, maintaining that blade pressure. Ooh.
Oh, hitting the Unterswerk to the arms. I didn't see what Sebastian got on the way in.
Yeah, we didn't have a great angle on that from this side. Once again, judges seem to be making the exact opposite call. Both starting to peel points off of each other here, though this match could go either way.
Playing at each other's blades.
You can definitely see how hungry Joshua is here for that kind of big climactic exchange.
Oh, yeah.
That Zverkow came in a little hot, but
A little hot and a little late.
Yeah. I wouldn't say egregiously so, though.
Yeah, Joshua, unfortunately, dropping his blade there. If he had pushed it up, he could have had that exchange clean.
Indeed. It's important to just keep your defense going until the halt is called. I understand how most of us practice is we just kind of have a very loose, naturalistic style where we drop an exchange the second we get hit.
Sebastian coming in aggressive with an opening thrust. Gets caught on the way in, though.
Indeed. Fantastic work right there. All right. Neck and neck here. The control point will sink this for either one of them, but I think we're going to see more shallow cuts get socked in here. Hard to tell what happened there.
That was a really tricky opening cut from Joshua, but it did look like Sebastian managed to land a cut on the arm. Oh.
Indeed. That's what I think I saw was Sebastian cutting up from inside of Joshua's guard.
Interesting.
Ooh, and that
flurry of blows. He does get caught with the thrust on the way in. Lands a couple to the mask at the end.
Indeed. All right.
This is going to be a 1-to-1 match.
I'm a fan of this one. These two are really showing some great technique, some great ferocity, great targeting. All right, we're seeing some salutes, a little dancing.
Both very excited. Who's going to dive in first?
Yeah. Sudden death, really. Ooh, hard to tell what occurred there.
Yeah, that was some good defensive blade work from Joshua. No quality to either of the strikes.
Indeed.
Great defensive fighting from both fighters.
Indeed. All right. Go in on it.
Oh!
And Joshua sinks that first intention cut. Wonderful read on that tempo.
No, Joshua missed. I think Sebastian voided that first intention cut, responded with a diving thrust.
You know what?
The judges agree.
You know what? I think I got the names mixed up there, friend.
Okay, fair enough.
I got blinded by those day-glow yellow arms.
Excellent work to our Washingtonian siblings.
Indeed. That was a fantastic match. Great sportsmanship, great technical work. Oh, and our director is awarding rose coins to both contestants. Rose coins are sort of like a just for fun little way to reward sportsmanlike conduct general good behavior or anything impressive.
It's a little good boy token.
Indeed.
Or a good girl token.
They feel, or even a good them token.
Good they them token.
Indeed. They feel really cool to get, and there is reportedly even a little unofficial prize draw for people who get the most rose coins. So it is worth being a good boy, girl, or they or them out on the floor here to really feel the dopamine rush of getting some cheap plastic shoved into your hands every now and then.
I believe they are all 3D printed by a club member.
Indeed, yeah. We keep all this production in-house. It is, in my opinion, one of the better things we do here, trying to foster a culture of collaboration, a culture of goodwill, and a culture of, above all else, fun.
A culture of community.
Yeah, really a community of culture, too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that didn't mean anything, by the way.
No.
Yeah, that's a platitude for y'all at home.
We love a good platitude.
Yeah. We're being approached by some sort of ape.
How great was that last fight?
So good.
So great, man.
Yeah.
I'm thoroughly in love with both of those contestants.
Phenomenal work. Love to see it. Joe wanted to come and give his commendations to both of those fighters. We're going to get the privilege of seeing Sebastian Peck go back-to-back. Now fighting Eugene Kim.
Indeed.
From somewhere.
It's
Let's see. Eugene Kim is from INLA.
Oh, INLA?
Yeah.
That would be Inland Longsword Academy up in Washington. We jokingly referred to as in-law.
In-law.
Indeed. That would be...
A lot of Washingtonian clubs.
Indeed.
Going in for a committed cut there. Both fighters looked like they took a little bit on the way out, but they're going to call it clean for Eugene.
There we go. I don't believe I've seen Kim fence before. I've heard his name around, though. All right, here we go. Both fencers jockeying for position, both using sort of relaxed, extended posture here.
Eugene
no
defending
scoring
competently,
action.
making
Hard-
sure no quality lands on that thrust, but Sebastian coming in with another flurry of blows.
I don't necessarily believe that sweep from Eugene into the arms had structure or travel to be a cut or a slice.
Yeah. Judge agrees with you.
Thank you, Judge. Coming back in here.
Interesting. Vom Tog into a fool's guard.
Indeed. Yeah.
Very similar approach that Sebastian is taking to this fight as to his last, with those trading right-left cuts. Eugene doing a great job defending himself, getting his blade into the abdomen, but he is going to take an afterblow.
Whereas Joshua seemed a little more willing to get into the weeds, as it were, with Sebastian in these high cutting exchanges, Eugene doesn't seem to want to play ball there and is instead just trying to end the exchange as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
Oh, and a cheeky little tip cut to the hands right there. I agree. That was the hand scoop done well right there.
Caught him on the way in.
Could even have been turned into a thrust if Eugene so desired there.
Eugene playing at the very end of measure, not wanting Sebastian doing a one-footed hop here.
What a wonderfully fun competitor. Also, exactly what is going on there.
Eugene holding on to the center of the ring, forcing Sebastian to do a little circle, and then catching him on the way in with a clean hit to the abdomen, I believe.
Yeah. This seems a great counter to Sebastian's personal style.
Yeah, Eugene is not letting himself be baited into any overcommitments. Really provoking, taking, hitting.
Although in this case, he seems to have just mutually taken a hit with our first double of the match.
Yeah, Joe disagrees, but two judges calling a double is going to be a double.
Oh. Really do like the energy coming from the gold side of the court.
Absolutely.
A lot of conviviality right there.
Lonan comes to compete, but they also come to have a great time. Eugene
They're here
threatening, holding on to that center. Sebastian diving in.
and getting a clean point, it looks like.
Yeah. And gets the headshot. Sebastian
Indeed.
is really going for the head.
It's probably the best way to make this point differential back. By this point,
Now Eugene with that high Vomtog defending the head,
indeed.
making himself ready to parry.
Ooh, an interesting lean behind a kind of scooping Unterhau on that side, trying to provoke him out, but Eugene remains implacable right here. Just not
Threatening
taking the bait.
thrust, but
Ooh,
voiding Eugene
what
with
a
an
wonderful counter thrust.
excellent deflection and counter thrust.
That was beautiful to watch right there. Just not taking the bait, maintaining pressure, maintaining a steady kind of tacit aggression.
Yeah, staying calm in the face of that frenetic Lonan energy.
Yeah.
And
seeing
getting
some great
his
goodwill,
last hit.
voiding, in fact, the DAP to go for the hug. Remember, always prioritize deep targets.
Counter the affection with more affection.
Excellent fight. We're seeing some great fights in this ring already.
Yeah, great work by Eugene.
I really did like that last thrust Eugene landed right there. Just a great way to deal with an opponent who's inviting you into the space, right?
Yeah.
What Sebastian really wanted there was an initiating bind, some pressure, like I keep saying, that information, that little ping on the radar to let you know where your opponent is and where they're going. And Eugene just did not give Sebastian any room to work there.
No. And really did a great job of holding on to the center and making Sebastian move around him.
Kind of remaining like the fulcrum of the fight, realistically.
Absolutely. Up next, we're going to have Eugene up again versus Adam Vlahakis.
All right, this should be interesting.
Yeah, both slower, more methodical fighters.
Indeed. I can't really see either of them being goaded into hasty action without some significant meat on the bone there. I imagine, as Eugene was definitely capable of doing in the last match, they'll be able to get some pretty fast little shallow target hits if they really need to.
Yeah.
Although Vlahakis seemed in his earlier match to be very, very good at keeping his hands out of harm's way.
Yeah, I do wonder, Eugene is going to have to fish for some deeper targets here.
Indeed. Let's see if he can get them. All right. Bridge City Blades and In-Law here once again. A Pacific Northwest grudge match. I mean, not really a grudge, but... Right.
Going
Fast.
in for those light, excellent defensive work from Eugene.
Indeed.
Both parrying. Trying to get some blade contact, learn a little bit. Eugene sticking to that high guard, the iron wall.
Indeed.
Oh!
Oh!
A missed thrust, no halt.
Looks like two passe hits stacked on top of each other right there.
Yeah, both of those thrusts kind of whiffed straight past their target.
Amazingly cautious fencers here. Neither is committing to any particularly strong attack to open up. I imagine that might change as they get a feel for each other here.
Yeah, really good defensive fencing. We've
Yeah.
seen a lot of, offensive commitment. It's good to see two folks that are trying to defend themselves first.
All right. So that Falcone, that Vomtog there again, trying to wind to the hands, but Vlahakis playing a very characteristically strong defensive game. Although it seems like Kim might be trying to
creeping
draw
into
out.
measure, going for that committed thrust.
Indeed, that looked like a thrust finding its way to the head to me. All right, thrust turned into a little false edge cheek cut, a little tromazzone to gold there.
Right on the shoulder.
Indeed.
Great work from Eugene.
Indeed.
Slowly creeping in, disguising his measure.
Ramping up his aggression little by little here, seeing how far he can
Oh.
push Vlahakis. Great.
Voiding the attack, making a nice little shortcut to the leg.
Indeed. Fantastic work right there. Once again, a kind of the cautious approach I was expecting here. Unwilling to risk anything until he really has.
Oh, a big step from Eugene.
Indeed. Trying
but
to.
Drawing back.
I think that big step with Vomtog in particular.
Oh, a grapple!
There we go, but an inconclusive grapple.
A
It looks
pommel.
a pommel to
Pommel,
the head.
pommel.
A pommel to the head. Coming in from the side with the steel chair.
Now, I will say he did not have control of his opponent's blade.
Yeah, and pommels without control are a single point, correct?
Correct. The judge agrees. That'll
Yeah.
be 1 point for Eugene.
Getting him into the bear hug, but failing to control that main hand. Yep, there it is. You can see it come up right there.
Excellent work by both fencers.
And we're back into a familiar scene right here. A cautious point on line guard
Little
from Vlahakis
shield
into
howl.
that. Yeah. Trying to displace it, but to
Oh!
just barely catching that shallow target there. To Adam's credit there, a shield howl is a very strong cut. Resisting it in that sort of middle point forward guard requires a good amount of structure.
Yeah. Again, great defensive work from both fighters.
Indeed. You can see Kim start to work a little more point forward. They're practically in kissing distance right there. Vlahakis kind of using the same technique Kim's using here, sneaking into measure.
Yeah, he snuck into measure, keeping his blade back to sort of hide how close he was, and then lashing out on the hand before Eugene could react.
Indeed.
Eugene reacting immediately,
Ooh.
keeping his hands closer in.
Kind of cutting down the blade into Vlahakis' head, it looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah. That nice way to work around an opponent who's kind of fixed in guard.
We're going to
So-
see just a small warning about force, making sure that everybody stays well controlled.
3-8. Pulling up a point off Kim in this kind of context is it's a goal to be proud of.
Yeah, putting on a defensive masterclass, still getting a point in, even on an
Ooh.
afterblow. Oh, that's going to be a double.
I think sometimes our commentary poisons the reality we see here.
They both thought they had the blade effectively displaced, so they went for the attack
Indeed.
at the same tempo.
All right.
Eugene with
see.
some stutter steps to try and draw a reaction, getting a nice hit to the arm.
And that cut out with the retreat as well, making sure that he keeps measure, keeps some dead air between himself and his opponent.
And that is going to be the match for Eugene, a masterclass of defensive, steady fencing.
Indeed. Great work by both fencers right there. Eugene is continuing to impress me right here. Really just kind of a stone wall to fence into. We have Vlahakis up again, back-to-back against Sebastian here.
Yeah, I really appreciated how few openings either fighter left for each other, just so that it was the smallest, narrowest opening that each of them claimed, and Eugene coming out on top. Great work.
I think we're going to see a bit more of an aggressive play from Sebastian right here.
Yeah, certainly. We'll see if Adam can maintain the sort of defensive posture against a much more aggressive opponent.
Indeed. Fantastic work, though. I'm looking forward to seeing Kim and Elims here. They'll certainly have no shortage of strong opponents to fight.
Absolutely. The Kim versus Rocco is a match I would love to see.
Oh.
Although really seeing how any great fencer reacts to another great fencer, that's what we're here for.
Yeah, there's always something of a conversation to be had there between, as people's styles run into each other, how they develop. All right, here we go.
And yeah, we
Look
do
at
see
that, a
that
close
much
rush
more.
in. You could definitely see that Vlahakis was unwilling to employ that kind of rush against someone as stalwart as Kim, but against someone as mutually aggressive here, you could see some real play out of that.
Low guard for Adam.
Indeed.
Sebastian trying to keep a blade in between Adam's sword and himself, effectively getting another hit.
Indeed. All right, coming back in. You are seeing Vlahakis getting drawn a little out of his usual guard here, kind of hanging out a little more in the midline. No structure on either of those cuts, but it does look like Sebastian does manage to get a fast cut to the hands right there.
Yeah. Adam may be a little bit thrown off from his last match with Kim and the exceptionally different style of the new fencer.
Indeed. Yeah. Getting reminded about the criteria for a slice right there.
And to continue fencing until the judge calls halt, unless
Indeed.
you are self-calling a hit on yourself.
Ooh. Managing to sneak in what looks like a headshot from Vlahakis right there, although...
To me, that looked like Adam intercepted Sebastian on his way in, but no agreement from the judges.
Indeed. Probably better to be cautious right there. All right. Another fast exchange ending with a shallow target from Sebastian Peck.
Yeah. Sebastian doing a great job of getting those hits clean.
Indeed.
Hasn't taken a single wound yet.
Oh! Now that was a fun little cut right
Very
there.
well planted thrust. I don't know if they'll count that after blow to the head. Our FAR judge does think it's a double.
Flat from Gold right there.
Oh, but they're saying that strike to the top of the head was flat.
Indeed.
So that thrust is the only thing that counts, and that is 6 wounds to 0 for Sebastian. A great performance.
Wonderful showing from Sebastian Peck right there.
Learned a lot from his match with Eugene, I think.
Indeed.
And selected his approaches much more wisely.
I think if he had gone in with the high play he had deployed against Joshua earlier, that probably would have gone less well for him.
Yeah.
But he definitely displayed the ability to pick and choose his moment to attack and what part of his toolbox to deploy.
Yeah.
In the background, in our far ring, we do have a little IFG grudge match between Benjamin Kugler and Damien Reynaud. These two fight a lot, basically constantly, so it's really fun to see. And I heard a Zwerkow from all the way over here.
The Unterswerk to the ribs.
Oh. Would not want to be Damien's ribs right now. All right, we have our fight in our own ring right here between Joshua in red and Eugene in gold.
We are going to see Eugene versus Joshua.
Indeed.
Now,
two different kind of paradigms of composure right here. Joshua shifting guards, maintaining that stance, rotating on the balls of his feet.
A much more fluid sort of movement style from Joshua. Great defensive work from Kim. Did throw a strike after the halt.
I do like the stern point he received from Joe right there. Wonderful little directorial flourish.
Don't you do it.
Yeah, just I'm watching you.
Mind yourself. But Eugene, of course, showing contrition off the rip.
Indeed. Always a good thing to do in front of a director.
Coming in.
All right. Attempting to engage from low, two passe
trying
thrusts.
to wind into the thrust. Eugene definitely didn't make a lot of contact.
No, I saw a passe movement go past Joshua's head. We are washing that exchange. No quality, no exchange. All right, coming back in. That low wind from that offside iron gate is interesting.
Yeah.
Trying to bait Kim into hasty action and
that's
going right
gonna
into
be a
Doublesville.
double.
Or after Blowsville. Let's be modest here. Ooh, a very hard but very flat hit right there. Meyer must be rolling in his grave that isn't being scored.
Meyer does say if they are German, strike them with the flat so as not to kill them.
Indeed. Just
And if
concuss
they are
them.
Italian, strike them with the tip and spill them across the battlefield.
All right, there we go. Ooh, excellent defensive play and a riposte to the hands from Joshua
Really
right there.
smooth blade work there from Joshua.
Yeah, that was a joy to watch. Ooh, and blow after right there.
That was a strong hit to the head on the afterblow.
Indeed. Perhaps
One wound for each.
Indeed.
Joshua doing a great job taking the defensive style of Eugene and provoking him into not even overcommitment, just enough commitment to get his blade on target.
Indeed.
Oh, and a big double thrust in the ring behind.
That was pretty brutal. Can kind of see Damien going in like a wrecking ball over there.
Short and stout. Stab him out.
Joe giving a little technical lecture in the middle of the ring right there about Zufechten, or pre-fencing, the longest range in the German school of fence. But here we are back at it again.
Joshua transitioning between guards. Eugene waiting for his opportunity.
Indeed.
Playing at the blades. A little tricky cut from Josh there. Manages to sneak around and I think cut to the head, but the judges disagree.
Indeed. The problem with assuming this sort of very fast, snappy, counter-cutting style is generally that judges might not be able to... coming right off the center line. A beautiful redoubling right down there. It's so beautiful. If you can just see in the replay right there, all he has to do to turn that parry into a cut is just turn the hips. His arms don't even move.
Breaks the structure of Eugene's cut so much that he can't respond to parry the response.
Indeed. Just opening that speaking window. And a beautiful...
A huge commitment from Eugene. That is the deepest strike we've seen him attempt, but he gets punished for it with a parry and riposte. Unterswerk to the body. Gives Joshua the match.
A beautiful fight. That last hit, you can just see exactly how much pressure Eugene is giving that cut, and Joshua turns all of that into rotation into his forearm.
Absolutely.
Beautiful work right there.
Great reaction from Joshua to get in the way of that thrust.
Once again, a lot of kind of like rock, paper, scissors with fencing styles right there. You know,
Yeah.
Eugene turns out to just completely no-sell Sebastian Peck's fighting style, and Peck, as it turns out, is a great foil to Joshua's more patient, measured style. and then Joshua takes out Eugene. It's wonderful to see.
Absolutely.
It is wonderful to see how fencers play off of each other.
The sort of round robin deal. We are out of fighters. We have no pool. Okay.
Absolutely.
Joe has come and told us that we're going to wait to see how elims are going. We do have one more pool going on in the back.
Indeed. And as there are 2 Indes fencers back there, I am watching it with
Yeah, can we get a
Wrap the
camera on that
fascination.
back pit?
yeah. I will say, of everything we've seen, I have some fencers I am incredibly excited to see advancing into elims and hopefully into finals. I believe Eugene Kim had a great showing in this last pool. Really hope we get to see Reinhold from our first pool sort of advance forward. I'd love to see that sort of smooth, patient style kind of really pay dividends here. I don't think there's any doubt that we're going to see Rocco advance forward here again.
Yeah, not even a remote chance.
Yeah.
With that performance in the first pool, he will definitely make it to elims. Although elims can go any which way.
Indeed.
Almost impossible to make predictions. We're going to get a couple of cameras on this back pool here so that we can see some of the action a little further away.
Indeed. They are stretching the cable on this camera to its limits, realistically, to harbor our crass and craven needs.
I mean, the cable's coming all the way from the Sahara Desert, so...
Yeah, it's a long cable. It's a long cable. It's getting nibbled on by a couple camels, too, so if the stream cuts out, you know what's up.
A couple sharks under the ocean, you know, fiber optics and all that.
I love that they do that, personally. I think they should do that more.
Yeah, I don't think we need intercontinental communication, to be perfectly frank with you. Globalization has strongly impeded the...
Ooh, look at that fast repartee there.
Yeah. Just kidding about globalization, by the way, everybody. We should connect with all of our fellow humans.
Indeed. Although I will say that is usually when civilization games start to get a little boring.
True.
Yeah.
Well, it is the end game.
Yeah, this is true. And I just don't like managing, 24 cities.
24 cities, 18 armies,
Yeah.
armadas of ships.
Every turn, I get, 5 different civ leaders asking me for all of my horses.
And every game turns into a domination game once you get a giant death robot.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I love a giant death robot, personally.
Oh!
Ooh, interesting.
Some
See,
really good work getting out of measure there
and this is
for
one of
Timothy.
Oh, yeah, we have their names up. I wasn't even looking. One of the funny things, and I think the tragedy of only having one ring covered by the live stream, is that there has been some incredible play happening in every ring of this tournament, right? Mm-hmm. I just rattled off a handful of the fencers that I think are going to be doing some real damage coming up here in elims and finals. There could be some monsters, some dark shapes passing under us in the water that we just didn't see.
Exactly, yeah. Cameron Rasmussen, who came up from California, of course, one of my best friends. I hope he loses immediately, but if he doesn't, he should be a strong contender.
I fought him a long time ago at Sword Crush, a match that I do not think should have gone that well for me at all. He is a very good contender, very, very good competitor.
We'll also have the pleasure of seeing him in the Ringen tournament, which
I
I'm very much looking forward to.
I am really looking forward to the wrestling tournament. And, of course, following the wrestling tournament, we will have the competitor oil, or the commentator oil wrestling tournament as well.
Yeah, did we get the kiddie pool for that?
We're just going to do it on the floor, realistically. Everyone else can deal with the oil.
That's fair enough. I just, hope we don't get kicked out of the venue for it. That's all.
No, we're just varnishing the floor for him. Although, I think there's a Kmart near here we can get like some pool floaties or a kiddie pool or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just a little something, a little plastic to keep the lubricant contained, as it were.
Tell you what, just an IKEA bag.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
It looks like that pool is finished.
And
so
now
our event organizers are going to start working on finalizing the elim brackets or setting up another set of pools. The last couple years we have had 2 rounds of pools just to give everybody opportunity to pare down the field a little bit more, give a better read on everybody's performance.
Indeed. As Joe was saying, although I don't think quite audibly to us during the assembly in front of all the fencers earlier, the point here is really to give as many fencers as many fights as possible. You know,
Yeah. A lot of fencers have paid money to come out, to travel, to be here. We want to make sure that they get their fights.
And I can tell you, nothing feels worse than shelling out for airfare, transit, hotels, imposing on your friends to get 3 fights and then get knocked out of pools.
Yeah.
Always a pleasure to be at a tournament, but there's always a bit of a broken-hearted moment when you're like leaving something that you have put a lot of effort into, and you just barely even get to give an account of yourself. So I really do like that approach.
Absolutely. Oh, hello. My girlfriend is over here. If we could get a camera shot on the beauty. Oh yeah, here. Come here. You can
wait, she's
say
bringing
hello
snacks.
to the camera.
Yeah, she can come in. She has snacks.
Hi, camera.
Yes, snacks.
Celsius.
Yes, please.
Would you like a Celsius?
I would love a Celsius. Let's
Nice
go.
Fight over flavored.
Cherry Cola Celsius is the objectively correct choice.
Okay,
So
we have some. These. We have some. These.
Oh my God, we've got
Oh my God.
delivery.
We have some. These.
Holy hell!
Gushers.
There you go.
All right, everybody. We're gonna say thank you to Caroline.
Thank you,
for all
Caroline.
of our snacks.
Can we get a thank you, Caroline, in the chat?
Absolutely. Everybody say thank you, Caroline, in the chat.
Can we spam the chat?
Yeah.
Spam the chat.
Can we get 400 bits for Caroline?
All right, get out of here. Love you.
All right.
See you soon.
Indeed. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Over on our right, we do have some folks sparring just for fun in non-sanctioned matches, getting some practice against each other. You'll see on the far end, we've got some folks working with Messer. We've got some folks practicing their longsword skills before elims. And we've even got some folks with boffers in no gear. Can we get a camera on the boffer group to your right?
Indeed, boffers being foam swords.
Having a great time wiggling around, still wearing masks, still being safe. We're going to go ahead and take a break for now while our event organizers get ready for the last round of pools or elims.
Okay, cool. Half
So
hour.
for now, we're going to go ahead and take a 30-minute break. Make sure to stay tuned. We've got more high-octane fencing action coming after the break. We'll see you all soon.
Thank you.